The smell found Viktor Petrov before he reached the campsite. Not the expected decay of a dead animal, but something older, mineral, like wet stone that had never seen sun. It didn't belong in the hoe, where everything rotted green and sweet and fast. Riley Chen's tent stood perfectly erected between two massive Sitka spruces, guy lines taut, rainfly secured against weather that hadn't come. Inside, the sleeping bag lay spread open, still holding the depression of a body. The camp stove held yesterday's coffee, cold but not yet growing film, and pressed into the moss around the tent in a perfect circle. Footprints, bare, human-sized, but the toes faced backward. Victor's Garmin Oregon 400T had placed the coordinates at 47.8294 degree N, 123.9358 degree W, deep in the Hoh backcountry where the temperate rainforest grew so dense that daylight arrived green-filtered and weak. 3 days ago, Riley Chen had checked in with dispatch from this site, voice clear, mentioning the beautiful old-growth corridor and plans to survey the western ridgeline. Yesterday, silence. Today, this. He keyed his radio, the Motorola XPR crackling with distance. Petrov to base. Located Chen's campsite, coordinates confirmed. Tent intact, no sign of the hiker. Campsite shows no disturbance, but... He paused, staring at those backward footprints. Requesting backup for expanded search. Weather holding for now. The response came fragmented through the canopy. Copy, Victor. Nearest unit is hours out. Proceed with assessment. Victor clipped the radio back to his belt. 4 hours. In the Hoh, that might as well be 4 days. The forest here didn't operate on normal timescales. Trees older than nations grew in silence, broken only by the constant drip of moisture from branches that hadn't been dry in decades. Moss covered everything in emerald velvet inches thick, muffling sound, obscuring trails, turning the world soft and directionless. He had been working Olympic National Park for 8 months now, transferred from the Cascades after Elena. The memory tried to surface and he shoved it down with practiced violence. Focus on the present. Riley Chen, 26 years old, experienced backpacker from Seattle, here conducting private wildlife surveys for a graduate thesis. Last known position 3 days ago. Weather had been clear, no storms, no obvious hazards, but there were those footprints, backward. Victor crouched beside the nearest impression, careful not to touch. The moss showed clear definition, 5 toes, a proper arch, a heel, human in every detail except direction. They led away from the tent in a perfect circle, perhaps 15 feet in diameter, never crossing, never overlapping. As if someone had walked a ritual pattern around the camp, or as if something had circled, studying. His phone showed no signal, expected this deep in. The Oregon 400T was his lifeline, but even good GPS struggled under the cathedral ceiling of old growth. He'd brought paper maps as backup, the way Elena had taught him. Always have a fallback. Never trust just one system. Don't think about Elena. Victor photographed the footprints with his digital camera, the flash creating harsh shadows in the green twilight. The images would show the wrongness even if he couldn't articulate it. He documented the tent's pristine condition, the undisturbed supplies, the coffee cup with Riley's name written on the bottom in permanent marker. Everything suggested a person who'd simply stood up and walked away from their life mid-morning, except the footprints walked backward. He found Riley's pack inside the tent, still loaded with several days' worth of food. Water bottles full, first aid kit untouched. The satellite phone Riley's parents had insisted on, Victor had seen it on the permit application, sat in its waterproof case, powered off. When he turned it on, the battery showed full charge. No calls made. No messages sent. People didn't vanish from the Hoh without reason. Victor knew this with certainty that had nothing to do with training, and everything to do with loss. 3 years ago, Elena had vanished into a Cascade blizzard while trying to reach a stranded climber. They'd found her body 6 days later, perfectly preserved in the snow, face peaceful, hands folded across her chest. The coroner said hypothermia. The incident report said equipment failure. Her radio had died at the critical moment. But Victor had heard her last transmission, had heard something in the static that wasn't wind or interference, had heard Elena's voice change mid-sentence, going from frightened to calm to almost welcoming, as if she'd seen something in that whiteout, something that made her stop fighting the cold. He'd spent 3 years trying to unhear it. 3 years of therapy, medication, forced leave, desk assignments. 3 years of being told it was trauma, shock, survivor's guilt manifesting as false pattern recognition. And maybe they were right. Maybe his brain had broken that day and never properly healed. But those footprints were real. Backward, circling, Victor stood, joints protesting. He was 43 now, no longer the young hotshot who'd led rescues in the Sierras. The hoe stretched in every direction, identical and labyrinthine. Douglas firs rose 200 feet overhead, their trunks 10 feet in diameter, so massive they seemed to bend physics. Between them, the understory grew in chaotic layers, sword ferns taller than a man, devil's club with thorns like hypodermic needles, fallen nurse logs hosting entire ecosystems of new growth. The trail Riley had mentioned, if it existed, was invisible under the moss. He checked his compass. North was north at least. No magnetic anomalies. His altimeter read 847 feet, which matched the topo map. But the air felt wrong. Too still. Too quiet. The hoe was never quiet. It should hum with life, drip with constant rain, echo with bird calls and the rustle of Roosevelt elk. Now, nothing. The silence pressed against his eardrums like atmospheric change before a storm. Victor began a systematic spiral search, marking his path with orange flagging tape every 30 feet. This was protocol. Establish a search perimeter, look for sign, maintain orientation. The Olympic wilderness had swallowed experienced hikers before. Dense forest, confusing terrain, easy to get turned around even with GPS. Most were found alive, embarrassed, but safe. Some were found dead from exposure or falls. A few were never found at all. Riley Chen wouldn't be the latter. Victor wouldn't allow it. 15 minutes into the search, he found the first disturbance. A patch of moss scraped away from stone, exposing dark earth that looked churned, worked. Closer inspection revealed something metallic. A rusted spike, hand-forged, the kind they'd used in logging operations before machine manufacturing. He pulled it free. 8 inches long, square-tapered, corroded orange-brown but still solid. Old. Very old. The hoe had been logged in the late 1800s, before the national park designation. Norwegian and Swedish immigrants had come to work the timber, drawn by trees so massive they made the old country's forests look like saplings. Camps had sprung up and vanished as the logging moved deeper into the wilderness. Most were forgotten, reclaimed by the forest within a generation. Victor consulted his map. He was approximately 3 miles from the abandoned Larson camp, named for the Norwegian foreman who died in a logging accident in 1887. The camp had been documented by park historians but never excavated, too remote, too overgrown, of minimal historical significance compared to the larger operations near Lake Quinault. But locals spoke of it sometimes, the ones who'd grown up in Forks and knew the old stories. They said the Larson camp had been strange even by frontier standards. Said the workers there had brought old country beliefs, had carved runes into trees, had performed rituals that weren't quite Christian and weren't quite anything else. Said when Larson died, crushed beneath a widowmaker, a partially cut tree that fell wrong, they'd buried him in the old way, Viking way, with his tools, his possessions, and protections against the Draugr. Victor had dismissed it as frontier folklore when he'd first heard it. Now holding this hand-forged spike, he wasn't so certain. He continued the search pattern, finding more spikes driven into the moss at irregular intervals. They formed a rough perimeter around an area perhaps 50 yards across. Inside that perimeter, the forest felt different, wronger. The temperature dropped noticeably. He could see his breath, impossible in Washington's mild October. The moss here was darker, almost black, and when he touched it, his fingers came away with a gray residue that smelled like the stone scent from Riley's campsite. At the center of the perimeter stood an ancient cedar, dead but still upright, its bark long since fallen away to reveal bone-white wood. Carved into that wood, still visible despite decades of weathering, runes. Norse runes. Victor recognized them from a cultural anthropology course he'd taken years ago. Algiz for protection, Thurasaz for defense, and one he didn't recognize, a complex bind rune combining multiple symbols into something that hurt to look at directly. Beneath the tree, the earth showed signs of excavation. Old excavation, mostly filled in by time and forest growth, but visible to trained eyes. Someone had dug here. Recently. Victor's radio crackled to life, making him jump. Victor, status, weather moving in, advise return to... He pressed the transmit button. Petrov here, found possible gravesite, appears disturbed. Continuing assessment. Can you confirm any recent archaeological permits for this area? Static answered, then fragments. Negative on permits. Repeat. Weather system, dangerous. Recommend. The radio died. Victor shook it, checked the battery indicator. Full charge, but dead air. He tried his phone. No signal, but that was expected. The Garmin still showed his position, still tracked his path. One system still working. The smell hit him then. That mineral, stone that never saw sun smell, but stronger now, mixed with something organic and corrupt. It seemed to come from the disturbed earth beneath the carved cedar. Victor knelt, pulled out his emergency flashlight, and directed the beam into the depression. The hole went deeper than natural settling would explain. Much deeper. He could see roots severed cleanly, not torn or rotted. Fresh excavation, maybe weeks old, and at the bottom, perhaps 6 feet down, something reflected his flashlight beam. Something metal and wrong. Victor made a decision that he would later recognize as the moment everything pivoted. He should have waited for backup, should have marked the location and returned with proper equipment, should have followed protocol. Instead, he climbed down into the hole. The temperature plummeted. His breath came in white clouds now, and his fingers ached with cold that had no business existing in a temperate rainforest in autumn. The walls of the excavation showed layers of earth, root mats, and then stone. Fitted stone. Deliberate construction. The metal object was a shield boss, the central dome of a Norse shield, corroded green, but unmistakable. Beside it, the rotted remains of wood that had once formed the shield itself. And beneath it, emerging from disturbed earth, bones. Human bones. Old bones, but not ancient. The skull showed strange damage, fractures radiating from the crown in a starburst pattern, as if something had crushed downward with impossible force. The ribs were wrong, bent outward as if the chest had been forcibly expanded from within. And the hands, Victor counted carefully, his mind refusing what his eyes showed. The hands had too many bones. 7 fingers on the left hand, 8 on the right, the extra digits fused and malformed. This wasn't Larson. Couldn't be. Larson had died in a logging accident, not in battle. These bones belonged to someone, something else. Victor's training finally reasserted itself. He needed to document this, needed to get out, needed to call in proper authorities. This was beyond his scope, beyond any ranger's scope. This was... The smell changed. The mineral scent vanished, replaced by decay. Fresh decay. Meat rot and grave stink, overwhelming in the confined space. Victor gagged, scrambled backward, his boots slipping on damp stone. Behind him, something moved in the hole's entrance, something that blocked out the green forest light. Victor spun, flashlight beam catching features that his mind tried to reject. A man, shaped like a man, but bloated, distended, skin the color of deep bruising, blue-black and mottled. It wore rotted clothing, canvas and wool that might once have been logging gear. Its face was swollen, features stretched and barely recognizable as human, and its eyes, milky white, cataract blind, but somehow still seeing. It smiled, teeth yellow-brown, Too many of them, doubling the rows like a shark. Victor's hand went for his radio, his phone, anything. The creature, the Draugr, his mind supplied with hysterical certainty, moved with speed that contradicted its decayed appearance. One moment at the hole's entrance, the next crouched beside him, so close he could see the individual patches of mold growing on its skin, could smell the stench of corrupted flesh. It spoke. Norse, guttural and ancient, sounds that hadn't been spoken in this forest for over a century. Then, horribly in English, he disturbed, she disturbed, now you disturb. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the stone beneath Victor's feet, resonating in his chest cavity. It spoke of things buried that should stay buried, of violations and disrespect, of guardians who never sleep and never forgive. Victor scrambled up the whole side, digging fingers into root mats, kicking for purchase. The Draugr didn't pursue, didn't need to. It simply stood and reached upward, and its arm extended, bones cracking and reforming, adding length joint by impossible joint until its hand gripped Victor's ankle with cold that burned. His tactical knife came out on instinct, slashing downward. The blade bit into dead flesh that offered no resistance, parting like rotten fruit. The grip didn't loosen. Instead, the Draugr pulled. Victor came down hard. The wind knocked from his lungs. His head cracked against stone and the world tilted, doubled, fragmented. Through blurred vision he saw it leaning over him, that too wide smile, those blind white eyes. It smelled of Elena, of snow and death and the thing that had called her name in the blizzard 3 years ago. The dead call the dead, it said, voice gentle now, almost kind. She walks in Helheim. She waits. She calls you, always calling. Elena's voice from his radio that day. Not fear in her final transmission. Recognition. Acceptance. Join. The Draugr whispered. Rest. Freeze. Quiet. Peace. Victor's vision darkened at the edges. The cold was inside him now, spreading from his ankle through his leg, reaching for his heart. He could feel it shutting down his body systematically, the way Elena had shut down in the snow. Hypothermia didn't hurt at the end. The body grew warm, sleepy. You took off your clothes because you felt hot. You lay down because you were tired. You died because you stopped fighting. His hand, numb and distant, found something in his jacket pocket. The iron spike, hand-forged old iron driven into the perimeter as protection. His fingers wouldn't grip properly but managed to close around it. Victor drove the spike into the Draugr's eye. The scream that followed wasn't sound, but pressure. A shock wave that collapsed the excavation's walls. Victor rolled, fell, landed hard in a cascade of earth and roots. Above him the carved cedar groaned, tilted, and fell with a crash that shook the ground. Then, silence. The smell vanished. The cold vanished. Victor lay gasping in normal October air, green light filtering through the canopy, the sound of a crow calling in the distance impossibly loud after the unnatural quiet. His ankle throbbed but moved properly. His head ached but cleared rapidly. His hands shook so badly he couldn't work his radio for 30 seconds, and when he finally managed, dispatch responded immediately, clearly, with no static. Had you, Victor? You cut out. Repeat. What's your status? Need immediate evac, he managed. Found a gravesite. Found... What had he found? What could he say that wouldn't sound insane? Found evidence of the missing hiker. Possible foul play. Request forensic team and law enforcement. Copy that. Units en route. Can you make it to the primary trail? Victor checked his GPS. Still working. Still showing his position. Affirmative. Moving now. He climbed out of the collapsed excavation, which now looked like nothing more than a sinkhole with a fallen tree. The carved runes were gone, broken away when the cedar fell. The bones had vanished, covered by earth or never there at all. Only the shield boss remained, and Victor left it. Some things shouldn't be disturbed. The backward footprints around Riley's campsite had filled with water from the moss. erasing themselves. The tent stood as before, pristine and abandoned. Victor photographed everything, collected evidence bags, maintained chain of custody, did everything by procedure while his hands shook and his mind screamed. He found Riley Chen's body 4 hours later, guided by a search team with dogs and proper equipment. She lay half a mile from her campsite, curled peacefully in a bed of ferns, eyes closed, hands folded across her chest. Just like Elena, the medical examiner would later determine hypothermia as cause of death, though he would note the impossibility of it. October temperatures had been in the 60s, no precipitation, no reason for a healthy adult to freeze to death in temperate rainforest. They would also note the excavation tools in Riley's pack, the research papers on Norwegian settlement patterns in the Olympic Peninsula, the journal entries describing her discovery of what she believed was Larsen's burial mound. She'd been excavating it, carefully and respectfully, documenting everything for her thesis on Scandinavian American cultural practices. She'd opened the mound 3 days before she died. Victor told the investigating officers everything he could without sounding insane. Showed them the disturbed gravesite, the old iron spikes, the evidence of historical burial. He left out the Draugr, left out the voice that spoke in Norwegian and Elena's name. Left out the cold that killed from inside, the impossible anatomy, the choice offered between joining the dead or disturbing them further. The case was ruled accidental death by exposure, complicated by possible disorientation. The grave site was documented and reburied, this time with proper archaeological oversight. The Larsen camp area was marked for restricted access, pending historical review. Victor requested and received a transfer 3 weeks later, not to another park. He was done with forests, done with remote wilderness, done with places where old things slept and waited. He took a desk job in Seattle, processing permits and training new rangers in classroom settings. But he dreamed. Every night, the Draugr's milky eyes, Elena's voice in the static, the cold that called him toward peace and darkness and rest. He would wake gasping, room temperature, heart pounding, the smell of stone and decay fading slowly, and on especially bad nights when the dreams were strongest, he would hear Riley Chen's voice mixed with Elena's, both of them calling from somewhere cold and dark and patient. Both of them promising that the dead were waiting, always waiting, and that one day he would stop running and come home. 3 months after Riley Chen's death, a hiker would report backward footprints circling their campsite in the Ho. The Park Service would investigate and find nothing unusual. 6 months after that, another disappearance. A researcher studying old-growth forest patterns, last seen near a historical logging camp, found dead of hypothermia in mild weather. The pattern continued. Every few months, someone would disturb the old places, would dig too deep or ask too many questions or simply camp in the wrong spot. And they would disappear into cold and silence. Their bodies found peaceful and frozen in a forest that never froze. Victor knew. Watched the reports. Said nothing. Because what could he say? That the dead guard their rest? That some graves should never be opened? That things buried with iron and runes stay buried for good reason? He'd survived by luck and old metal. The next person might not be so fortunate. Late one night, staring at his apartment ceiling in Seattle, unable to sleep, Victor made a decision. He opened his laptop, began writing everything down, not for any official report, but for whoever came after. For the next ranger who would find backward footprints and pristine campsites and bodies that died of impossible cold. He wrote about Draugr, about old country beliefs that followed immigrants to the New World, about boundaries that shouldn't be crossed and places that should be left alone. He wrote about the cold that came from inside, about voices and static, about choosing between disturbing the dead and joining them. He wrote until dawn, then saved the file, encrypted it, and locked it away. Someday someone might need it. Someday someone else would be standing in the Ho with backward footprints in the moss and the smell of stone that never saw sun, and they would need to know what they were facing. Victor looked at his hands, still shaking slightly, and wondered how long before the dream stopped. Wondered if they ever would. Wondered if Elena and Riley had stopped dreaming, down in whatever cold, dark place the Draugr kept its dead. Outside his window, Seattle sprawled in streetlight and normalcy. Millions of people living ordinary lives, ignorant of what waited in the old forests, in the places where history sank roots too deep to ever pull free. Victor closed his laptop. Tomorrow he would go to work, process permits, train new rangers. Tomorrow he would be professional and competent and give no sign of the knowledge that weighed on him like stone. But he would never return to the Ho, would never volunteer for backcountry assignments, would never again disturb the places where the dead slept. Because now he knew. Some things stayed buried for good reason. And the Draugr had been guarding Larsen's mound for over a century, patient and implacable, and would guard it for centuries more. The dead called the dead, and someday, despite everything, Victor feared he would answer. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The ice fisherman's shelter had been abandoned for 3 weeks. The hole in the ice was still open. William Archer stood at the edge of the frozen expanse, January wind cutting through his Park Service parka like it wasn't there. 15 years as a ranger, 2 tours in Afghanistan before that, and he'd learned to trust his instincts about wrong situations. This was wrong in ways that made his jaw tighten. The shelter, a plywood box painted hunter orange, sat 200 yards from shore on Rainy Lake's southern arm. Dark water gleamed in the fishing hole, steam rising in lazy spirals, despite the -20 temperature. Ice should have sealed it over in hours at these temperatures. 3 weeks meant it should be 3 feet of solid freeze. Archer checked his Garmin GPS, N48 degree 3624, W92 5012. He keyed his Motorola radio, the old XTS 3000 crackling in the cold. Dispatch, Ranger Archer. I'm at the web shelter site investigating the anomaly. Static, then Marie's voice from the Kabatogama station, tinny and distant. Copy that, Archer. Be careful out there. Ice conditions unpredictable this season. Unpredictable didn't cover it. Voyageurs National Park sprawled across northern Minnesota's border with Canada. More water than land. A maze of interconnected lakes that became a frozen highway every winter. Archer had worked these lakes for 8 years. Transferred from Olympic after his divorce. He knew ice. He knew when it was safe, when it was sketchy, when it was suicide. This ice was something else entirely. He'd served with Lucas Webb in the 10th Mountain Division, back when they were both younger and stupider. Lost touch after discharge, then Webb had shown up last October, newly hired as a seasonal ranger. Small world. They'd joked over beers at the Thunderbird Lodge. Webb had been good people. Steady, competent, the kind of guy you wanted at your back in bad situations. Webb had come out here January 7th to check on ice fishing activity. Never came back. Archer approached the shelter slowly, testing each step. The ice felt solid, but his instincts screamed caution. His breath formed clouds that hung in the air longer than they should, as if the cold itself was thicker here, more substantial. 50 yards from the shelter, he smelled it, decay, but not the clean rot of a winter-killed deer. This was older, richer, like meat gone bad in summer heat. Impossible in this temperature, but there it was, coating his throat with every breath. The orange shelter's door hung open, banging against the frame in the wind. Dark stains marked the ice around the entrance. Not blood exactly, but something that had been liquid and had frozen in organic patterns that looked disturbingly purposeful. Archer pulled his Benchmade knife, the 162 bushcrafter he'd carried since Kandahar. Not much use against whatever this was, but the weight felt good in his hand. He'd stopped believing in coincidences somewhere between Kabul and Kunduz. Inside the shelter, Webb's gear lay scattered. The Coleman lantern, still half full of fuel. His tackle box, lures gleaming. His phone, a basic flip model because Webb didn't trust smartphones, sat on the overturned bucket he'd used as a seat. Archer picked it up, flipped it open. Dead battery, but it had been working when Webb disappeared. The last outgoing call showed January 7th, 1447, to the Kabatogama station. Routine check-in. But there was something else. Scratches in the plywood walls, deep gouges that looked like they'd been made with something metal and sharp. They formed patterns, angular, deliberate, definitely not random. Archer had seen enough Arabic script to recognize writing when he saw it, even if this wasn't any alphabet he knew. The fishing hole dominated the shelter's floor, that impossible circle of open water. The smell was stronger here, rising with the steam. Archer knelt carefully at the edge, his knees protesting the cold. The water was darker than it should be, almost black, and when he shined his mag light down, something pale moved in the depths. Large, bigger than any fish in these waters, it descended slowly, deliberately, as if it knew he was watching. Archer's pulse didn't spike. That was the thing about real danger. You went cold and calm, not hot and panicked. He backed out of the shelter, keyed his radio. "Dispatch, I need a dive team out here. There's something in the water." Marie's response came fragmented by static. "Not possible. Ice. February at earliest." "I know what I saw." He kept his voice level, professional. "Webb might be down there. I'm marking the location for recovery." "William." Marie's voice dropped, lost the dispatcher cadence. They'd worked together long enough for first names. "Nobody's going in that water until spring. You know that. Temperature's fatal in minutes." He knew, but he also knew what he'd seen, and it wasn't Lucas Webb. Webb had been 5'10", maybe 170 soaking wet. The thing in the water had been massive, and it had moved with a wrongness that his hindbrain recognized even if his conscious mind didn't have words for it. Archer spent another hour documenting the sight. Photos of the scratches, the stains, the impossible open water. He bagged Webb's phone and gear as evidence, though evidence of what, he couldn't say. The temperature dropped further as afternoon bled toward evening, the sun a pale disk behind silver clouds. When he headed back toward shore, he felt watched. Nothing concrete, just that battlefield awareness that had kept him alive in Helmand Province. He didn't look back at the shelter. Looking back was how you hesitated, and hesitation was how you died. The Kabetogama Ranger Station occupied a log building on the south shore, propane heat and satellite internet, walls decorated with maps and safety posters. Marie Olson sat behind the desk, 50-something and Minnesota practical, gray hair in a bun. She looked up when Archer stamped snow off his boots. "Find anything?" Archer set the evidence bags on her desk. Webb's gear, shelters intact, the fishing holes still open. "Still?" Marie's eyebrows rose. 3 weeks in this cold? I measured the temperature. -18. Water should be solid. He pulled off his gloves, fingers aching. "There's something else. Scratches on the walls. Like writing, but not English. Not any language I recognize." Marie studied him with the look she reserved for tourists who claim to see wolves in July. "You feeling all right? This cold does things to people." "I know what I saw." He kept his voice level. The army had taught him how to report impossible things in calm tones. "The water's black, Marie. Deeper than it should be. And there was movement. Pike get big in these lakes." "Not pike." He met her eyes. "Something else." The silence stretched. Finally, Marie sighed. "There's stories about Rainy Lake, old stories from before the park. Norwegian and Swedish loggers used to work this area, back in the 1800s. They had names for things in the deep water. Draugen, I think. Something like that." Draugen? Archer had heard stranger things. Afghanistan had taught him that every culture had names for the things that lived in dark places. Drowned men who came back wrong. Protectors of buried things. Marie pulled a folder from her desk. Old paper yellowed at the edges. There was a surveyor in 1923, mapping the lake system. Wrote about finding a burial site on one of the islands. Stone cairn, pre-Columbian probably. He broke it open looking for artifacts. She slid a photocopied page across the desk. Faded typewriter text, barely legible. The stones had been deliberately placed, forming a chamber. Inside, A body preserved by the cold and peat, far older than the Norse settlements but dressed in furs and bronze that suggested Scandinavian origin. The preservation was remarkable, the flesh still firm, almost living. I took several photographs and a bronze armband for further study. That night I heard sounds from the lake. Heavy footsteps on the ice, though I saw nothing. The smell of decay filled my tent despite the winter cold. By morning my equipment had been disturbed. The armband was gone, returned to the cairn. I left immediately and have no desire to return. Archer read it twice. Where was this cairn? The surveyor didn't give exact coordinates, just said it was on an island in the southern section near where Rainy Lake narrows. Marie tapped the page. That's near where Webb was fishing. You think Webb found something? I think these lakes have been here a long time and people have been drowning in them for centuries. Marie's voice was careful. The Ojibwe wouldn't fish certain areas. The loggers had rules about where to cut ice. There's reasons for traditions. Archer looked at Webb's phone in its evidence bag. His old army buddy, who'd talked about wanting a fresh start, away from the noise of cities. Who'd been happy out here, said it was peaceful. I'm going back tomorrow, Archer said. Daylight, full gear, I need to know what happened to Webb. William. Marie's voice softened. Sometimes people just disappear in the wilderness. You know that. Could have fallen through thin ice, current took the body. Happens every winter. The ice around that shelter is 2 feet thick, I checked. He stood gathering the evidence bags. And thin ice doesn't carve writing on walls. That night in his cabin near the Lost Bay Ranger Station, Archer couldn't sleep. The propane heater ticked and hissed, but the cold seemed to seep through the walls anyway. He lay on his bunk, staring at the ceiling, and thought about Webb. They'd lost 3 guys in their platoon to an IED outside Jalalabad. Webb had been the one who'd helped Archer write the letters home, who'd sat with him through the nightmares. Good people. The kind you didn't abandon, even after discharge. At 03:17 by his watch, Archer heard footsteps outside. Heavy, deliberate, crunching through the snow. He was up instantly, grabbing his mag light and the Glock 22 from his nightstand. Not service issue, but he'd kept it after leaving the army. The footsteps circled the cabin. Slow, methodical, like someone conducting a search. Archer moved to the window, pulled back the curtain an inch. The snow outside lay pristine under the half-moon, unmarked by tracks. The footsteps continued, around the cabin, past his truck, back toward the front door. Archer watched the snow, watched for any disturbance, any sign of what was making the sound. Nothing. Just that terrible, patient circling. The smell hit him then. That same rot from the fishing shelter, thick enough to taste. It seeped through the walls, through the door seals, inescapable. Archer's hand tightened on the Glock. Combat training said assess the threat, determine response, act decisively. But what did you do when the threat was invisible, when it violated every rule of physical reality? The footsteps stopped at his door. Silence, absolute and suffocating. Then, slowly, the door handle began to turn. Archer raised the Glock, aimed center mass at the door. Federal officer, identify yourself. The handle stopped turning. The smell intensified, nauseating waves of decay. Then distinctly he heard breathing on the other side of the door. Wet, labored, like lungs filled with fluid trying to draw air. Webb? The name slipped out before Archer could stop it. Lucas, is that you? The breathing stopped. For a long moment, nothing. Then the footsteps retreated back across the porch, into the snow that showed no tracks. Archer didn't sleep the rest of the night. He sat with his back to the wall, Glock in hand, and watched the door until dawn broke gray and cold over the frozen lake. By Oro 9 Slough, he was geared up and heading back to the ice. He'd stopped at the station to log his patrol, but Marie wasn't in yet. The other rangers, seasonal kids mostly, college students making beer money, were clustered around the coffee maker, swapping stories about a moose sighting near Black Bay. Archer took a park snowmobile, the Polaris 550 that handled ice better than the trucks. The morning was clear but brutally cold, the kind of cold that made your teeth ache and your eyes water. He followed the shoreline south, GPS coordinates locked on the shelter location. The shelter was gone. Not collapsed, not blown away. Gone. The ice where it had stood was smooth and unmarked, as if nothing had ever been there. Only the fishing hole remained, that impossible circle of open water, steam rising thicker in the morning cold. Archer cut the snowmobile engine, the silence immediate and total. No wind, no birds, no distant traffic, just the creak of ice and the steady hiss of steam from the water. He approached on foot, each step cautious. The ice here felt different, almost spongy, though it supported his weight. The smell was overwhelming now. Rot and earth and something else, metal maybe, or blood long dried. At the hole's edge, he looked down. The water was clearer today, the black depths visible. And there, suspended in the water maybe 30 feet down, he saw it. A body. Massive, easily 7 feet tall, swollen and distorted by decomposition and pressure. But it moved, limbs stirring slowly in the current, head turning as if searching. The flesh was mottled blue-black, preserved by the cold water, and it wore armor. Bronze and leather, corroded by time, but still intact. The style was wrong for any period Archer recognized, older than medieval, more archaic. The head turned further, and he glimpsed a face, bloated, beard matted with lakeweeds. But the eyes were open. They fixed on Archer with unmistakable intelligence. The thing's mouth opened, and a stream of bubbles erupted. The water's surface rippled, and Archer heard it clearly, like a voice from underwater, but somehow present in the air around him. Gravukterin, Steingrave, Min. Norwegian, or something close to it. Archer didn't speak the language, but the meaning was clear in his hindbrain, in the same place that had warned him about IEDs and ambushes. Grave Watcher, Stone Grave, mine. The thing began to rise, slowly, deliberately, pulling itself up through the water with movements that shouldn't be possible for a corpse. Archer backpedaled, nearly slipped on the ice. His hand found the Glock, but what good was a handgun against something that shouldn't be moving at all? He'd seen dead bodies in Afghanistan, plenty of them. Dead was dead. This wasn't dead. This was something that had died wrong. The surface broke with a sound like tearing meat. Water sluiced off bronze armor, off pale flesh that seemed to glow with its own sickly light. The thing stood in the fishing hole, impossibly tall, water streaming from its beard, from the empty spaces where its armor had corroded through to show bone. Its eyes, God, its eyes were aware, intelligent, furious. Du Tokham, graven. The voice was wet, words bubbling up from fluid-filled lungs. More Norwegian, but Archer understood. You took him. The grave. I didn't take anything, Archer said, backing toward the snowmobile. Keep it talking, keep it focused. Basic hostage negotiation, even with the impossible. Lucas Webb, my friend. What did you do with him? The creature took a step forward, boot crunching on ice that should have shattered under that weight. Water dripped from its body, freezing instantly into grotesque icicles. Vokteren Craver Vokter, Steingrave Craver live. Watcher requires watcher. Stone grave requires life. Webb had found it, Archer realized. Had found the cairn, the burial site from the surveyor's report. Had maybe taken something, or maybe just disturbed the stones. And this thing, this Draugr, guardian of graves, had taken him in exchange. Where is he? Archer's voice stayed level through force of will. Where's Webb? The Draugr pointed downward, toward the black water. Then it smiled. A grotesque splitting of preserved flesh, and Archer saw Webb's watch on its wrist. The Timex expedition that his friend never took off, even in the shower. Something broke in Archer then. Not panic. He was too trained for panic. But rage, pure and military. The kind that had gotten him through firefights and bad missions. Webb had been his friend, his brother in the ways that mattered. This thing, this dead, wrong thing, had taken him. Archer raised the Glock and fired. The shot was perfect, center mass, the kind of shot that dropped targets on the range every time. The bullet hit the Draugur's chest with a wet smack, punching through preserved flesh. Water, not blood, leaked from the wound. The creature looked down at the hole, then back up at Archer. It laughed. The sound was horrible, wet and bubbling, like drowning in reverse. Archer fired again and again, emptying the magazine. 17 rounds, each one finding its target, each one doing nothing. The Draugur just stood there, leaking water from a dozen holes, and laughed. When the Glock's slide locked back, the creature moved. It was fast. Impossibly fast for something so big and dead. One moment it stood in the fishing hole, the next it was on the ice, closing the distance between them in strides that covered yards. Archer dropped the empty Glock and ran. The snowmobile was 60 feet away. Archer had run faster drills in the army, but never on ice. Never with something like that behind him. He could hear it, the heavy crunch of boots, the wet breathing, the smell of rot intensifying. 40 feet. His boots found traction on wind-packed snow. The snowmobile's key was in his pocket. He just needed 30 feet. The ice groaned beneath him, not from his weight, but from what pursued him. The Draugur was heavier than anything that dead should be, gravity wrong around it. 20 feet. He could see the Polaris, red and chrome, gleaming in the winter sun. Just a little further. The ice exploded beneath him. Not breaking, exploding. Shards of frozen water erupting upward like shrapnel. Archer fell, landed hard on his shoulder, rolled. Years of training kicked in, getting him back to his feet, but his ankle screamed protest. The Draugur stood in the hole it had created, water pouring around its legs. It reached down into the black depths and pulled something up. Webb, or what was left of him. His friend's body was bloated and pale, preserved by the freezing water, but clearly dead. Dead for weeks. The flesh was wrong, blue-white, and his eyes were open, staring at nothing with the fixed gaze of corpses. But then Webb blinked. No. The word came out strangled. Archer had seen dead people, had seen what death looked like. Webb was dead. Dead but moving. Dead but aware. Just like the thing that held him. Vokter and Krever Vokter, the Draugur repeated. It released Webb, who stood on his own, water streaming from his Park Service uniform. Han er min no, som du vil være. He is mine now, as you will be. Webb took a step toward Archer. His face was slack, expressionless. But his eyes, there was something in his eyes, some tiny spark of recognition. His mouth opened and water spilled out along with words. Run, Will, for God's sake, run. The voice was wrong, bubbling and wet, but it was Webb's voice, some part of his friend still in there, still fighting, still trying to warn him. Archer ran. His ankle was twisted, maybe broken, but adrenaline covered the pain. He limped, sprinted toward the tree line, toward shore, away from the dead things on the ice. Behind him he heard the Draugur's laughter and Webb's shambling footsteps. The trees came up fast, black spruce and jack pine, dense and dark. Archer crashed through the underbrush, branches catching at his parka. The snow was deeper here, above his knees, slowing him down. He could hear pursuit, steady and patient, like they had all the time in the world. Maybe they did. Dead things didn't get tired. Archer's radio crackled, Marie's voice cutting through static. Archer, your position. Emergency. He grabbed for it, nearly dropped it with numb fingers. Marie, I'm on the south shore near... He checked the GPS, gave coordinates. I need backup. Multiple hostiles. Webb's... What could he say? Webb's dead but walking. Webb's been turned into something from Norse mythology. I'm calling County Sheriff, Marie said, her voice tight with concern. Stay where you are, we'll... The radio died. Just went silent mid-word, not even static. Archer shook it, but the display was dark. Dead, like his phone had been in the shelter. Like all technology seemed to die around the Draugur. A branch snapped behind him, close, maybe 20 yards. Archer turned, putting a thick spruce between himself and the sound. His breath came in gasps, visible in the cold. No weapon, no radio, no way to call for help. Just like the bad missions in Afghanistan. when everything went wrong and you had nothing but training and will. Webb appeared through the trees. He moved stiffly like someone relearning how limbs worked, his Park Service uniform stiff with ice. His skin had that same blue-white pallor as the Draugr, that same wrong preservation. Will. The voice was more Webb now, less drowning. It's cold. So cold. Can't feel anything. I know, buddy. Archer kept his voice calm, like talking to wounded soldiers. I'm going to get you help. Just stay with me. Too late for help. Webb's head tilted, bird-like. I'm down there, in the dark. This is just what it made. Using what was left. Fight it. Archer's voice cracked. You fought before. In Kandahar, remember? When everything went wrong. You didn't give up then. Different enemy. Webb took another step forward. His eyes were clearer now, more focused. That thing, it's old, Will. Older than the lakes. It came with the first Vikings, died protecting their dead. Now it protects its own grave. Webb found it, disturbed the stones. A shudder ran through the corpse. It took me, made me watch, made me part of it. The Draugr emerged from the trees behind Webb, massive and patient. It said something in that bubbling Norwegian, and Webb flinched. It says you disturbed the grave too, Webb translated. Looking for me, stepped on sacred ground, now you owe. He took another step, hands reaching. It's going to make you like me. Guardian for the Guardian. That's how it works. Archer backed away, his injured ankle nearly giving out. The tree line stretched ahead, but he was running out of forest, running out of options. Behind him somewhere was the lake road, the main route through the park. If he could reach it, flag down a plow truck, maybe. Webb lunged. Not fast like the Draugr, but faster than his shambling gait suggested. Archer twisted, his ankle screamed, and he went down hard. Webb landed on top of him, impossibly strong hands pinning his shoulders. His friend's face was inches away, dead eyes staring into his. I'm sorry, Webb whispered. Water dripped from his mouth onto Archer's face, freezing on contact. It hurts. It's going to hurt you too. The Draugr loomed over them both, reached down with one massive hand. Its fingers were corpse white, nails black with rot, and they closed around Archer's throat with a grip like frozen iron. The world dimmed at the edges. Not from lack of oxygen, from cold. A cold that wasn't temperature, wasn't physical. A cold that seeped into bones and thoughts, that froze the places where life lived. Archer felt it spreading through him, felt his heart slow, felt his breath come harder, felt something ancient and hungry examining him, deciding if he was worthy of joining its eternal watch. His hand, numb and distant, found something in his pocket. The Benchmade knife, the one he'd carried through Kandahar and Kunduz, the one that had gotten him through bad situations before. Archer pulled it free and drove it into Webb's eye. His friend jerked back, water blood spilling from the wound. Not much, mostly lake water, thick with sediment. But it was enough. The Draugr's attention shifted, its grip loosening for just a moment. Archer rolled, scrambled to his feet, and ran. His ankle gave out completely on the third step, sent him sprawling into the snow. He crawled, using his hands, dragging his useless leg. Behind him, Webb was making sounds. Not words, just awful wet noises of pain that should have been impossible for something dead. The Draugr's voice rose, angry now, that bubbling Norwegian becoming a roar. The temperature plummeted, cold beyond cold, the kind that killed in minutes. Archer's fingers were numb, his face numb, everything shutting down. He was going to die here, just like Webb, just like whoever that surveyor had written about. Another body for the lakes, another soul for the thing that guarded ancient graves. The tree line ended. Ahead, 50 yards of open ground, then the lake road. And on the road, a snowplow, orange and massive, pushing snow in a steady crawl. Real, normal, human. Archer shouted. No words, just sound. His voice was weak, cracking, but the plow slowed. The driver, an older man, county worker probably, leaned out his window, peering at the man crawling through the snow. Help! Archer managed to put word to sound, please. The driver's eyes widened. He grabbed for his radio, his door opening. Behind Archer, the drogger emerged from the trees, Webb shambling at its side. The driver saw them, froze for one critical second. Then he gunned the plow's engine and drove straight at them. The massive blade caught the drogger center mass, 8,000 pounds of steel and momentum. The creature went down, armor shrieking as the plow rolled over it. Webb tried to dodge, but the blade's edge caught him, sent him spinning into the ditch. The plow skidded to a halt. The driver was out instantly, a bear of a man in an orange jumpsuit. Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? Get me in the cab, Archer gasped. Now, before it gets up. Because it would get up. Things like that didn't stay down. The driver grabbed Archer under the arms, hauled him toward the plow. Behind them, the drogger was already moving, pushing itself up despite the massive trauma. Bronze armor bent and torn, pale flesh crushed flat, but still moving, still coming. They made it to the cab. The driver threw Archer inside, climbed in after, slammed the door. Park ranger? What the hell happened? Drive. Archer pulled the radio from the driver's dash. Just drive fast as you can. The plow lurched forward, gathering speed. In the side mirror, Archer watched the drogger regain its feet. Webb rose beside it, his own impossible vitality keeping him upright despite injuries that should have been fatal. Would have been fatal if he'd been alive to be killed. They stood in the road and watched the plow retreat. The drogger raised one hand. Maybe warning, maybe promise. Then they turned and walked back toward the trees, toward the lake, toward the dark water where ancient graves waited for new guardians. The county sheriff's department took Archer's statement. They went back with a dive team 3 days later, when the weather cleared. Found the cairn on one of the small islands, stones deliberately placed in a pattern that some archaeologist from the University of Minnesota said was probably Norse, possibly pre-Columbian Scandinavian exploration. Found bronze artifacts, weapons, a burial chamber. Found Lucas Webb's body in the water beneath the cairn, frozen and preserved, his hands positioned like he'd been trying to claw his way out. The coroner said he'd been dead at least 2 weeks, probably drowned. No signs of trauma beyond what you'd expect from immersion. They never found the drogger's body. The dive team searched, but the lake was deep and dark, full of caves and crevices. The team leader said something could stay hidden down there forever if it wanted. Marie put Archer on medical leave. Broken ankle, exposure, possible hallucination from hypothermia. He didn't argue. What could he say that wouldn't sound insane? He spent 2 weeks in the cabin, ankle in a cast, watching the ice. The fishing hole stayed open all winter, steam rising, water black and deep. No one went near it. The locals, the ones whose families had been here for generations, they knew to stay away. Sometimes on very cold nights, Archer heard footsteps circling the cabin, heavy and patient, crunching through snow that never showed tracks come morning. He heard breathing at his door, wet and labored. Smelled that awful rot, even through the walls. And once, just once, he heard Webb's voice. Barely a whisper, carried on the February wind. It's not so bad. After a while, the cold doesn't hurt anymore. Archer left Voyagers in March, transferred to Everglades National Park. Traded snow for swamps, ice for heat, Nordic ghosts for whatever haunted the southern wilderness. But he still kept the Benchmade knife, still checked his doors at night, still woke up sometimes smelling rot and hearing footsteps. Because he knew the truth that old cultures had always known. Some graves are sacred, and some dead don't rest. They guard what they were buried to protect, patient and eternal, waiting in the dark places for those foolish enough to disturb what should remain hidden. The cairn was resealed by the National Park Service, marked as a protected archaeological site. The fishing hole froze over that spring, finally succumbing to temperature. But the locals still avoid that section of Rainy Lake, still tell stories about the grave watcher, the drogger that walks beneath the ice, collecting souls to guard what must be guarded. And William Archer, late some nights in his Florida apartment, thinks about Webb down in that cold, dark water, walking his eternal patrol. Thinks about the promise in the drogger's eyes, the certainty that debts must be paid, that what was disturbed would eventually be avenged. He doesn't go near lakes anymore, doesn't trust deep water, because he knows what waits in the darkness beneath, patient and terrible and eternally hungry for those who violate the sacred spaces of the dead. Some graves are meant to stay closed. Some guardians are meant to be left alone. And some friends are lost in ways that no amount of courage or training can recover. Archer learned that lesson in the winter of 2009 on the frozen lakes of northern Minnesota. He learned it too well to ever forget. The Draugr is still down there, waiting, watching, guarding its ancient dead. And somewhere in those dark waters, Lucas Webb walks his eternal rounds, another soul collected, another guardian added to the thing that cannot die because it has already died, long ago, in service to a faith and fear older than any living person can remember. The ice remembers, the water remembers, and the dead always remember those who disturb their rest. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Catherine Brennan had killed 3 men in Fallujah before she turned 23. At 31, standing at the base of Grinnell Glacier with Jordan Hayes' abandoned backpack in her hands, she realized that survival skills meant nothing when the enemy didn't follow any rules she understood. The pack was still clipped shut, contents intact, water bottles full, energy bars untouched, first aid kit sealed. Jordan's Garmin GPS blinked uselessly inside the front pocket, the screen showing his last recorded position as exactly where Catherine stood now. But Jordan himself was gone, and the only tracks leading away from the pack weren't human. Catherine had done 3 tours in Iraq before medical discharge took her out of the Marines. Shrapnel in her left leg, enough scar tissue to set off metal detectors, and a tolerance for violence that translated well to wilderness search and rescue. She'd been a ranger at Glacier National Park for 4 years, and in that time she'd pulled bodies out of crevasses, talked down suicidal jumpers, and once physically restrained a man high on bath salts who'd tried to fight a grizzly bear. Nothing rattled her. Nothing was supposed to rattle her, but these tracks rattled her. They started human. Jordan's Merrill hiking boots, size 11, distinctive tread pattern she'd been following for the last 6 miles. Then they changed. The stride lengthened impossibly, gaps of 12 feet between prints where a human should manage 3 at most. The boot prints became bare feet, elongated, toes spread too wide. Then the feet became something else entirely, clawed, resembling human extremities the way a medical diagram resembles the real thing. All anatomy, no humanity. Catherine keyed her Motorola radio. "Base, this is Brennan. I've located Hayes' equipment at coordinates 48.7521 north, 113.7267 west, Grinnell Glacier Trail. Pack is intact, but Hayes is not present. Requesting additional SAR units." Static answered, thick and wrong. She adjusted the frequency and tried again. More static, but underneath it, something else. A sound like breathing, deep and wet, rattling with fluid. Catherine checked the battery indicator. Full charge. The radio was working. The static wasn't interference. She clipped the radio back to her belt and pulled out her Benchmade knife, flipping it open with practiced ease. 7 inches of steel that had saved her life in Ramadi when her rifle jammed. It felt inadequate now in a way it never had overseas. At least in Iraq, the enemies bled when you cut them. The tracks led upslope, toward the rocky terrain above the tree line where the glacier's retreat had left a moonscape of exposed granite and glacial till. November in Montana meant the backcountry was already brutal. Daytime highs around 20 degrees, nighttime lows below 0. Jordan Hayes had been reported missing 36 hours ago after failing to return from a solo wildlife photography expedition. 36 hours in this cold without shelter meant he was almost certainly dead. But Catherine had learned in the Marines that almost certainly and definitely were 2 very different things. She followed the tracks. The afternoon sun hung low and pale, offering light but no warmth. Her breath crystallized in front of her face. The Gore-Tex jacket and thermal layers kept her core temperature stable, but her fingers were already going numb despite the gloves. She'd give herself 2 more hours of daylight, then she'd have to make camp and resume at dawn. Search and rescue protocol. Don't become a victim yourself. The tracks led to a stand of white bark pines, gnarled trees stunted by altitude and wind. Something had torn through them like they were grass. Bark stripped, branches snapped, entire trunks bent at angles that suggested immense force applied with casual violence. Catherine had seen what grizzlies could do to trees when marking territory. This was different. This was rage. Beyond the pines, she found the first body, not Jordan Hayes. Someone older, male, frozen solid in a seated position against a boulder. His face was gone, not decomposed, not scavenged by animals, but removed. The flesh had been peeled away with surgical precision, revealing the skull beneath. His chest cavity was opened, ribs spread like wings, and the internal organs were missing. No blood. The cold had frozen everything before it could flow. Catherine had seen worse in Fallujah. Had seen what IEDs did to human bodies, the ways flesh could be shredded and burned and pulped. But those were explosions, physics, comprehensible violence. This was different. This was deliberate. This was hungry. She checked the body for identification, found a wallet in the jacket pocket, Montana driver's license for Robert Chen, age 47, address in Kalispell. She radioed it in, or tried to. The static was worse now, punctuated by sounds that might have been words in a language she didn't know. Guttural, clicking, wrong. Catherine stood and scanned the area. The tracks continued upward, toward a narrow canyon carved into the granite. She could see what looked like a cave entrance maybe 200 yards up, a dark mouth in the stone. Something about it made her leg ache where the shrapnel was embedded, a phantom pain she hadn't felt in months. She moved toward the canyon, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. The temperature dropped as she entered the narrow defile, the rock walls blocking what little sun remained. Ice clung to the stone, and frost patterns covered every surface in crystalline fractals. Catherine's breath came harder now, not from exertion but from something else. A pressure in the air, a weight that had nothing to do with altitude. The cave entrance was larger up close, easily 12 feet high. The interior was dark despite her flashlight, as if the beam couldn't penetrate more than a few feet. But she could see marks on the stone around the entrance, pictographs, ancient and faded. Human figures, dozens of them, and towering over them, a shape with antlers and elongated limbs, mouth open in a scream or a roar. Catherine had read about Blackfeet territory when she'd first started working at Glacier, had learned about the indigenous history, the sacred sites, the stories that the tribal elders still told. One story had stayed with her, the Wendigo, the spirit of winter and hunger, the thing that happened to humans who violated the deepest taboo. Cannibals became Wendigos, the elders said, or maybe Wendigos made cannibals. The story was unclear on causation, but very clear on the result. Something that was human once, but had transformed into pure, insatiable hunger. She'd dismissed it as folklore, metaphor for the dangers of greed and consumption in a harsh environment. She was dismissing it less now. A sound echoed from inside the cave. Not the wet breathing from the radio, but something worse. A voice, human, speaking words that cracked and broke halfway through. Please, please, hungry. So hungry, make it stop. Jordan Hayes. Catherine's training screamed at her to wait for backup, to secure the perimeter, to not enter an unknown hostile environment alone. But her Marine Corps instincts, the ones that had kept her alive when her convoy got ambushed outside Sadr City, told her that waiting meant Jordan died. If he wasn't dead already. She entered the cave. The temperature inside was wrong. Not cold like outside, but an absence of temperature entirely, as if heat was a concept that didn't apply here. Her flashlight beams scattered on frost-covered walls, refracting into 1,000 tiny lights. The cave went back farther than it should, the dimensions wrong, the space larger inside than the mountain could contain. Bodies lined the walls, not fresh like Robert Chen, but old, desiccated, frozen, preserved. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, receding into the darkness. Some wore modern clothing, Gore-Tex jackets, hiking boots. Others wore older garments, wool coats, leather, furs. The oldest wore hide and beadwork, clothing that belonged in museums. All of them had the same wounds, faces removed, chests opened, organs gone. "Catherine." Jordan Hayes' voice came from deeper in the cave. "Catherine Brennan, I know you. I can taste your memories in the air. 3 men in Fallujah. You remember? How they bled, how they stopped." That wasn't Jordan. Couldn't be Jordan. Jordan was a 29-year-old wildlife photographer from Seattle, a weekend hiker with an expensive camera and minimal backcountry experience. He didn't know about Fallujah. Nobody here knew about Fallujah except her therapist at the VA and the classified after-action reports filed 7 years ago. "Show yourself," Catherine said, her voice steady despite the adrenaline spiking through her system. Combat readiness, her body preparing for violence. The thing that had been Jordan Hayes emerged from the darkness. It walked on 2 legs but moved like something that had only recently learned bipedal locomotion. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in too many places. The skin had the gray-white color of frostbite, stretched too tight over bones that pressed against it from inside. Antlers sprouted from its skull, growing through the scalp and curving upward like a crown of bone. Its chest was split open, the ribs visible, and inside was not organs but a void, a darkness that seemed to pull light into itself. The face was Jordan's, mostly. The features were right. The nose, the jaw, the shape of the skull. But the eyes were black from edge to edge, no whites, no iris. And the mouth opened too wide, revealing teeth that had been filed to points, and a tongue that was too long and bifurcated like a snake's. "So hungry," it said with Jordan's voice. "Always hungry, never stops. Ate the photographer, ate the hiker, ate the climber, ate them all. Still hungry. You understand? You killed. You tasted. You know." Catherine's knife felt like a toy in her hand. But she'd fought with worse odds, had held a position in Fallujah for 6 hours with nothing but a pistol and 2 magazines while waiting for evac. Jordan's still in there. Fight it. The thing laughed, the sound echoing wrong in the cave, coming from multiple directions. Jordan is hunger now. Jordan is winter. Jordan walked away from his pack because he smelled something. Blood. Old blood. Followed it here. Found the bones. So many bones. Ancestors. The first ones who became. "We've been here for centuries, Ranger. Waiting. Changing. Growing." It moved forward, and Catherine saw that the cave wasn't a cave at all. It was a throat. The walls were pulsing slowly, frost patterns shifting like breathing. The bodies weren't lined up against walls but embedded in them, part of some larger organism. And deeper in the darkness she could see movement, shapes that were human adjacent, that had been human once, that were all hunger and winter and ancient, patient evil. Catherine had 2 options: fight or run. Fighting meant close quarters against something that had torn through trees and removed Robert Chen's face. Running meant abandoning Jordan Hayes or whatever was left of him, and potentially leading this thing back toward populated areas. She chose option 3. "You want to taste memories?" Catherine said, backing toward the entrance. "Come get them." The thing that was Jordan Hayes screamed, a sound that shattered ice and sent avalanches of frost cascading from the cave ceiling. It lunged forward, and Catherine ran. She burst out of the cave entrance into the dying light of afternoon, the thing behind her moving with impossible speed. It didn't run. It flowed, limbs propelling it across the ice-slicked rock with predatory grace. Catherine had maybe 100-yard head start, and the terrain favored neither of them. She ran toward the canyon's edge, toward the steep slope that led down to the tree line. Behind her, the thing was gaining, close enough that she could hear the wet, rattling breathing, could smell the decay that rolled off it like fog. She reached the edge and jumped. The slope was nearly vertical, a mix of scree and ice that would kill her if she hit wrong. Catherine tucked into a roll, using techniques from her airborne training, letting gravity take her while protecting her head and spine. She bounced, slid, tumbled through 30 feet of vertical drop before slamming into a snowbank that arrested her momentum. The thing followed. But it didn't jump. It climbed down the sheer face, claws digging into rock, moving like a spider. Catherine scrambled to her feet and kept running, downhill now, using the slope to build speed. Her legs screamed where the shrapnel was, but she ignored it. Pain was information. Pain meant she was still alive. The trees rose up to meet her. White bark pines first, then Engelmann spruce as the altitude decreased. Catherine crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at her face. Behind her, the thing howled, a sound that wasn't human, but carried human anguish inside it. Jordan was still in there somewhere, conscious, watching as his body performed atrocities. Catherine's hand found her radio. Any station. Any station. This is Ranger Brennan. I have a critical situation at Grinnell Glacier. Multiple fatalities. Hostile entity in pursuit. Requesting immediate air support and armed response. The thing hit her from behind, driving her face first into the snow. Catherine rolled, brought her knife up, and drove it into the creature's chest. The blade sank into the hilt, right where the heart should be. The thing looked down at the knife, then back at Catherine, and laughed. No heart, it said with Jordan's voice. No blood. Just hunger. It pulled the knife out and dropped it in the snow. Then it grabbed Catherine's shoulders with hands that had too many fingers and lifted her like she weighed nothing. This close, she could see into the void where its chest cavity should be. And in that darkness, she saw faces. Robert Chen's face, staring out at her, mouth moving in silent screams. Other faces too, dozens of them, hundreds, all the people this thing had consumed over centuries, trapped inside it, aware. You'll join them, it said. But first, I want to taste. Fallujah. Catherine's right hand found her belt, closed around the only other weapon she had, a flare gun, standard SAR equipment for signaling helicopters. She pressed it against the thing's face and pulled the trigger. The magnesium flare burned at 1300 degrees, hot enough to melt aluminum. The thing's head exploded in white flame, the flesh igniting instantly. It screamed and dropped Catherine, clawing at its burning face. She rolled away, grabbed her knife and ran. Behind her, the fire spread. The thing thrashed, its movements growing more erratic, more desperate. But it wasn't dying, it was changing. The flames burned away the human shell, revealing what was underneath. Something older. Something that had never been human, that had only worn Jordan Hayes like a costume. Catherine ran until her lungs burned, until her leg gave out completely, until she collapsed in the snow at the tree line with the Grinnell Glacier Trail visible ahead. She pulled out her radio. This time, it worked. Clean signal, no static. Base, this is Brennan. I need immediate evacuation. I need fire crews. And I need someone to call the Blackfeet Nation. There's something in the glacier caves. Something old. It's awake now. The response was immediate. Help was coming. Catherine lay in the snow and watched smoke rise from the canyon above, black against the darkening sky. The thing was still burning. She could hear it screaming, a sound that carried across miles of wilderness. 3 days later, a joint team from the National Park Service, the Blackfeet Nation, and Montana State Police sealed the cave. They found 37 bodies inside, dating from the 1800s to the present. Jordan Hayes' remains were identified by dental records. What was left of him had been at the back of the cave, partially consumed. Robert Chen was recovered along with 12 other hikers and climbers reported missing over the past decade. The official report listed the deaths as predation by an unknown large carnivore, possibly a grizzly with abnormal behavior. The cave was sealed with explosives, designated off-limits, removed from all park maps. The Blackfeet elders performed ceremonies that Catherine wasn't allowed to witness, burning sage and tobacco and speaking in languages she didn't understand. Catherine spent a week in the hospital being treated for hypothermia, frostbite, and soft tissue injuries. The doctors said she was lucky to be alive. She knew better. Luck had nothing to do with it. She'd survived because she'd fought, because she'd adapted, because she'd treated the impossible horror like any other enemy combatant and responded with overwhelming force. But she also knew she'd left something in that cave, some part of herself that had been holding on to the certainty that the world operated by comprehensible rules. She'd killed 3 men in Fallujah and processed it through therapy and training, and the knowledge that war, however brutal, followed patterns. The thing in the cave followed no patterns. It was hunger given form, winter made flesh, the violation of every natural law. The nightmares started 2 weeks after her discharge from the hospital. Not dreams of combat or explosions, but dreams of cold, of being buried in ice while something ancient and patient waited for spring thaw, of hunger that never ended, that consumed everything, flesh and memory and identity, until nothing remained but the urge to feed. Catherine requested a transfer to Death Valley National Park, as far from winter as she could get. Her request was approved. On her last day at Glacier, she drove up to the parking area where Jordan Hayes' car had been found. Someone had left flowers on the hood, wildflowers, already wilting in the cold. She stood there for a long time, looking up at the mountains. The glacier gleamed white in the distance, pristine and beautiful and deadly. Somewhere up there, sealed behind tons of rubbled rock, the thing still existed. Maybe dormant, maybe dead, maybe just waiting for the next hiker who got too curious, who wandered too far, who didn't listen to the old stories. Catherine got back in her truck and drove away. She didn't look in the rearview mirror. Some things, once seen, couldn't be unseen. Some enemies couldn't be defeated, only survived, and some hungers never ended. They just found new hosts, new forms, new ways to feed in the long, dark winters where nothing human was supposed to survive. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Robert Fitzgerald watched Blake Wilson climb into his own skin. Not metaphorically, literally. The younger ranger stood 20 yards downslope near the bristlecone grove, afternoon sun painting everything amber and sharp, and his body opened like a coat being shrugged off. What stepped out was taller, thinner, wrong in proportions that Robert's doctorate in environmental science provided no framework to process. It wore Blake's uniform like badly fitted clothes. It turned, saw Robert watching from the ridge, and smiled with too many teeth. Then it ran, not human locomotion but something four-legged and fluid, and vanished into the ancient trees, leaving Blake's actual skin crumpled in the dirt like discarded laundry. Robert's phone was already in his hand, camera app open, documentation instinct overriding shock. He'd been filming Blake for the past 20 minutes as part of his research, documenting ranger superstitions and their impact on evidence-based land management, Chapter 7 of his upcoming book. Blake had been explaining Shoshone beliefs about the bristlecone groves, voice earnest, gestures careful as he pointed out patterns in the bark that supposedly indicated spiritual significance. Robert had been preparing his usual rebuttal, respectful but firm, data-driven, the kind of gentle demolition he'd perfected over 15 years of debunking wilderness mythology. He'd built an entire career on it. 3 books, tenure at UC Davis, regular appearances on podcasts explaining how confirmation bias and pattern recognition shaped human perception of the natural world. He'd come to Great Basin specifically to address the skinwalker phenomenon that rangers kept reporting, to prove it was misidentified wildlife combined with cultural transmission of baseless folklore. The video on his iPhone showed everything. He thumbed back, watching frame by frame with hands that wanted to shake but wouldn't. There, Blake standing normal. There, Blake's body distorting, posture shifting, proportions elongating. There, something else wearing Blake like a costume, joints bending backward, neck extending, face stretching. There, it looking directly at the camera, eyes reflecting light wrong, pupils vertical like a predator's. Robert's mouth had gone dry, tongue thick and useless. The rational part of his brain, The part that had written The Mythology of Megafauna, Why Sasquatch Can't Exist, and Wendigo Psychosis, a cultural misattribution of hypothermia symptoms, attempted to catalog explanations: heat shimmer, lens distortion, his own fatigue after 3 days at altitude, temporal lobe epilepsy causing visual hallucinations. But Blake's skin lay in the dirt. Robert could see it from the ridge, empty and deflated. Park Service uniform crumpled around it like shed snakeskin. He descended the slope, boots sliding on loose limestone, juniper branches scratching his arms. The bristlecone grove grew at 10,800 feet on Wheeler Peak's western face. Ancient trees twisted by millennia of wind into shapes that looked consciously tortured. Some were 5,000 years old, older than written language, older than pyramids, growing when humans were just beginning to understand agriculture. They grew 1 inch per century in the harsh alpine desert, wood so dense it never rotted, branches bare and white as bone except for isolated tufts of green needles. The trees had always looked alien to Robert. Now they looked aware. He reached Blake's, the thing that had been Blake, and his scientific training kicked in despite everything. Document, photograph, maintain objectivity. He pulled nitrile gloves from his pack, the same ones he used for soil samples, and crouched beside the remains. Not remains. Skin. Intact skin, removed in one piece like a hunter field dressing a deer. The uniform lay empty beneath it. Shirt, pants, boots still laced. No blood, no tearing. The skin had been opened from inside, separated from underlying tissue with surgical precision that left no damage except the absence of what should fill it. Robert's fingers hovered over it, professional curiosity warring with revulsion. The skin felt warm, pliable. He could see pores, could see the texture of Blake's tattoo on what had been the left forearm. A tribal pattern, the younger ranger said, honored his Paiute grandmother. Robert had privately dismissed it as misguided identity performance. Now he wondered what Blake's grandmother would say about this. His Garmin eTrex 30 placed him at 40.9856 degree on N, 114.3054 degree on W, approximately 2.3 miles from the Wheeler Peak trailhead. Cell signal was non-existent this high, normal for Great Basin. His radio should work line of sight to the ranger station at Lehman Caves, but when he keyed it, only static answered. Fitzgerald to base. Emergency situation at the Bristlecone Grove. Ranger Wilson is... What? Gone. Transformed. Molted like an insect. Missing under suspicious circumstances. Request immediate assistance and law enforcement response. The static resolved into a voice. Blake's voice. Robert? Where are you, man? I've been looking everywhere. Robert's thumb stayed on the transmit button, not pressing, not releasing. Blake's voice continued from the radio, casual and concerned. Dude, you wandered off while I was explaining the bark patterns. These groves are disorienting, easy to get turned around. Just stay where you are and keep talking, I'll follow your voice. Robert looked at Blake's empty skin, still warm in the alpine sun. Looked at his video, looked at the trees around him, ancient and patient and suddenly feeling very crowded despite the sparse growth pattern. He powered off the radio. His PhD had taught him to trust data over perception, to question extraordinary claims, to demand reproducible evidence. The video was data. The skin was evidence. Both suggested conclusions his entire worldview rejected as impossible. But Blake's voice on the radio meant something was using it. Something that wanted Robert to stay where you are and keep talking. He moved. Northeast, away from the trail, using the GPS to maintain bearing toward a limestone outcrop he'd mapped 2 days ago. Great Basin wasn't like forests. You could see for miles across the high desert scrubland. But the terrain was deceptive. Draws and washes cut through limestone, creating hidden canyons. Caves honeycombed the subsurface. You could be visible for miles or invisible 10 feet from another person depending on elevation and angle. Robert had studied this landscape academically. Now he studied it tactically. The sun hung at 4 p.m., still hot at this altitude despite October. Temperature would plummet after sunset. High desert physics, no humidity to hold heat, He had emergency gear for overnight if necessary. Bivy sack, water filter, 3,000 calories in protein bars. He'd packed for careful research, not wilderness survival, but his protocols were solid. Except his protocols didn't account for shape-shifting witches. The term surfaced from research he'd done 5 years ago, debunking claims of skinwalker sightings along the Arizona-Utah border. Yi Naldlushi. With it, he goes on all fours, in Navajo. Witches who'd violated the highest taboos, often killing close family members, to gain the power to wear animal skins and become those animals. The Navajo didn't speak of them casually. Even his academic sources had been reluctant, suggesting some knowledge was dangerous to discuss. Robert had written 3,000 words about how the phenomenon was clearly misidentified coyote behavior, combined with cultural anxiety about social transgression. He'd been particularly proud of his analysis of how the glowing eyes described in encounters were simple tapetum lucidum reflection, the same mechanism that made deer eyes shine in headlights. The thing wearing Blake had looked at him with eyes that reflected wrong. Not tapetum lucidum, something else. Something that suggested the light was coming from inside rather than being reflected back. His phone buzzed. Text message, somehow delivered despite no signal bars. Robert, it's Blake, phone dying, at the trailhead. Where are you? Robert stared at the message. His iPhone showed no signal, no Wi-Fi, no satellite connection. The message existed in defiance of available technology. He didn't respond. The outcrop appeared ahead, limestone thrust up by ancient tectonic forces, weathered into formations that looked deliberately carved. Robert had photographed it 2 days ago as an example of pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces and patterns in random natural shapes. Now, approaching it, he saw what the Shoshone must have seen. A doorway. The limestone formed a natural arch, maybe 8 feet high, shadow pooling beneath it despite the bright sun. He stopped 30 feet away. Every instinct said, "Don't go in there." But that was emotional thinking, survival brain overriding rationality. The outcrop offered cover, elevation advantage, narrow approaches that limited angles of attack. Tactically sound, except tactics implied an adversary, and Robert's worldview had no space for adversaries that wore human skin like clothing. His phone buzzed again. No message this time, just his camera app opening on its own, cycling through recent photos. Pictures of Blake explaining tree patterns. Blake gesturing at limestone formations. Blake standing beside Robert. Selfie taken yesterday at the summit. Both of them smiling, wind-burned and triumphant at 13,065 feet. Then new photos appeared, ones Robert hadn't taken. Blake's face close to the camera, too close. Face stretched and wrong, mouth open wide enough to show the back of a throat that went down farther than human anatomy allowed. Blake's eyes, pupils vertical, reflecting yellow. Blake's hands with too many fingers, nails black and hooked. The photos deleted themselves as Robert watched, wiped from the gallery, disappearing backwards chronologically until only the innocent summit selfie remained. Message. Found your GPS track. Coming to you now. Stay there. Robert powered off his phone completely. He'd thought technology would protect him, would document the impossible, and provide evidence that withstood scrutiny. Instead, the technology was compromised, weaponized, turned into a vector for whatever was hunting him. Hunting. The word sat heavy in his mind. He was being hunted by something intelligent enough to use radios and phones. Something that understood how humans communicated and navigated. Something that could be Blake Wilson well enough to fool electronic systems if not human eyes. How long had it been Blake? When had the switch happened? Robert's memory retrieved conversations from the past 3 days. Blake discussing Shoshone legends with unusual intensity. Blake insisting they visit the bristlecone grove specifically. Blake asking detailed questions about Robert's research, his methods, his plans. At the time, Robert had interpreted it as professional curiosity. Now he wondered if something had been learning him, cataloging his patterns, understanding how to manipulate a rationalist who demanded evidence and trusted data. The sun touched the western peaks. Maybe 2 hours until sunset. Temperature already dropping, dry wind picking up and moaning through the limestone formations. The sound could be wind, could be something else making sounds like wind. Robert activated his GoPro, the backup camera he'd mounted on his pack strap for continuous documentation. If something happened to him, if he didn't make it off this mountain, at least there would be video. Evidence that couldn't be dismissed as anecdote or misperception. He approached the outcrop carefully, checking angles, watching for movement. The stone felt warm under his hand, retaining the day's heat. Inside the arch, the temperature dropped 20 degrees instantly. The shadow wasn't absence of light. It was presence of darkness, thick and textured and wrong. Something hung from the arch's ceiling. Robert's headlamp caught it. Bundles of sage and juniper bound with sinew, crystals on leather cords, strips of bark inscribed with symbols he didn't recognize. Offerings, warnings, protections placed by people who believed, who knew, who'd tried to mark dangerous places for others. Robert had a habit of photographing such things for his anthropological artifacts of wilderness superstition collection, always careful to note how these practices represented cultural transmission of baseless fear rather than responses to genuine threats. Now he wondered how many people had left these protections, how many had survived to tell others, how many hadn't. The radio crackled to life despite being powered off. Blake's voice, distorted now, losing human cadence. "Robert, I can smell you. Smell your fear. Smells like everything you wrote is burning." Robert threw the radio against the limestone. It shattered, battery pack separating, electronics scattering. The voice continued from the broken pieces. "Everything you know is burning. Everything you are is food." He ran deeper into the outcrop, away from the voice, boots sliding on loose stone. The formation was larger than he'd mapped, extending back into a canyon system that twisted between limestone walls. His GPS showed his position, but no terrain data. This area hadn't been surveyed at high enough resolution. The canyon opened into a depression, maybe 50 feet across, floor covered in white dust that wasn't limestone. Bone dust. Robert recognized it from field research from sites where native peoples had processed game. But this was too much, too fine, too uniformly distributed. Centuries of bones ground to powder. At the center stood a single bristle-cone pine, dead but preserved by the dry climate, branches reaching up like supplication. Its bark was carved. Recent carvings, raw wood showing yellow-white against weathered gray. Symbols that looked like Navajo figures, the holy people, but inverted, corrupted, wrong in ways that made Robert's eyes hurt to track the patterns. Around the tree's base, clothing, Park Service uniforms in various states of decay, modern synthetic fabrics that should have lasted decades, rotted to fragments in the dry air. Name tags still legible on some: Martinez, Yazzie, Thompson. Names Robert recognized from memorial plaques at the visitor center. Rangers who died in Great Basin over the past 30 years. Falls mostly. Heat exposure. One listed as mountain lion attack. One uniform was fresh. No decay. Name tag read, Blake Wilson. Robert heard it before he saw it. Footsteps approaching from multiple directions at once. Not human footsteps. Something with claws clicking on stone, rhythm wrong for 4 legs or 2, shifting between gates as if it couldn't decide what it was. Then it was there, at the canyon entrance, blocking the only exit. It wore Blake's face poorly now, skin sagging, eyes too far apart, mouth not quite closing over teeth that had multiplied and sharpened. The body beneath was transitional. Human torso, but legs that bent backward, arms that hung too long, hands that were becoming paws, becoming something else. "Everything you are is burning," it said. And Robert finally recognized the truth his rationalism had protected him from. This thing wasn't Blake wearing a costume. Blake was inside it. Part of it. Consumed and incorporated, consciousness preserved enough to speak, to beg with Blake's voice from inside the skinwalker's throat. "Run, please run. It's still eating me." Robert ran. Not back toward the entrance. The skinwalker blocked it. Deeper into the canyon system, boots pounding stone, breath already ragged at altitude. Behind him came the sound of pursuit, sometimes 2 legs, sometimes 4, sometimes a scraping slither that suggested neither. The canyon branched. Robert went left on instinct, immediately regretted it as the passage narrowed. He could touch both walls, had to turn sideways to squeeze through sections. Behind him, the scraping sound continued, unbothered by constriction. Something that could reshape itself wouldn't care about narrow spaces. The passage opened into a cave entrance, darkness absolute beyond his headlamp's reach. Lehman Caves, maybe, or one of the unmapped systems that honeycombed the limestone. Robert hesitated. Caves meant dead ends, meant trapping himself. But the canyon behind offered nowhere to go, but back toward the thing that had been Blake. He entered the cave. The temperature dropped 40 degrees immediately. His breath plumed in headlamp beam, condensation forming on the limestone walls. The cave extended beyond his light's reach, floor descending in uneven steps, formations growing from ceiling and floor in slow mineral patience. Beautiful in an alien way. Columns of flowstone, draperies of calcite, pools of water so still they looked solid. And everywhere, markings. Pictographs painted in red ochre, black charcoal, white kaolin, handprints, geometric patterns, animal figures that shifted as his light moved across them, seeming to run across the walls, and symbols he recognized from his research on Navajo witchcraft, the kind of symbols his sources had refused to fully explain, saying only that some marks attracted rather than repelled. Robert's headlamp caught movement in a calcite pool. Not water disturbance, something surfacing from below. A face. Blake's face, perfectly preserved, eyes open and aware, mouth moving silently beneath the water. Pleading or praying or screaming, impossible to tell. More faces appeared in other pools. All the rangers from the memorial plaques. All perfectly preserved, all aware, all trapped in calcium carbonate that built up grain by grain, century by century, entombing them in stone while keeping them conscious. The Martinez Ranger's mouth formed words. It keeps us, feeds on us. We don't die. Can't die. Please. The scraping sound entered the cave. Close now. Very close. Robert's light found a side passage, barely wide enough for shoulders, ascending steeply. He took it, scraping elbows on stone, headlamp bouncing shadows that made the walls seem to breathe. The passage twisted, turned, opened into a chamber. The chamber was wrong. Not geologically wrong. Structurally impossible. The walls curved in non-Euclidean angles, floor and ceiling merging in ways that suggested 3 dimensions were negotiable. His headlamp created shadows that fell in multiple directions, as if light sources existed that shouldn't. At the chamber's center stood something tall and emaciated. Humanoid but stretched skin gray-brown like old leather. Face too long and narrow with eyes that reflected his light with internal luminescence. It wore fragments of hide clothing, coyote, mountain lion, crow feathers, stitched together with human hair. Around its neck hung a necklace of finger bones, dozens of them, each carved with names. The Skinwalker, the original, the first, however long it had been here. It spoke in Blake's voice and Martinez's voice and Thompson's voice and voices Robert didn't recognize, all layered together. You came to prove we don't exist. Came with your degrees and your books and your certainty. Came to explain us away. Robert's back hit the chamber wall. No exits. No escape. His phone was dead. Radio destroyed. GPS useless underground. Nobody knew where he was. He told the ranger station he was doing solo survey work, didn't want company, didn't need backup. Tell me, he said, proud that his voice stayed mostly steady. If you're going to kill me, at least tell me what you are. Real explanation, not folklore. The thing that wore many faces tilted its head, bird-like. What we are? We are the price of knowing, the cost of violating. Your science thinks it explains everything, thinks knowledge is free. But some knowledge requires sacrifice. Some doors shouldn't open. We are what waits beyond those doors. That's not an answer. No, it's not. Because you want mechanism. want evolutionary biology and rational framework, want to catalog us like interesting beetles. But we exist in the space where your categories fail, where the world proves bigger and stranger than your equations allow. Robert's hand found something in his pocket. The small vial of holy water he'd carried as a joke, planning to include it in his chapter on placebo protection and wilderness anxiety. Catholic blessed water given to him by a source in Arizona who'd insisted it offered protection against yin al-Dlushi. Robert had laughed, had planned a whole section on how belief in protective talismans reflected cognitive bias and the human need for control in uncontrollable environments. Now he threw it. The vial shattered against the skinwalker's chest. The reaction was immediate and wrong, not burning or recoiling like movie vampires, but distortion. The thing's form wavered, lost cohesion, became transparent enough that Robert could see the chamber wall through it, could see other forms layered behind it like double exposures. Coyote, mountain lion, human figures in various states of dissolution. The skinwalker screamed, sound pitched beyond hearing range but felt as pressure in Robert's sinuses. It lunged forward, reaching with hands that were paws, that were claws, that were too many fingers all at once. Robert ran. Back through the impossible chamber, into the ascending passage, down into the main cave. His headlamp caught the faces in the calcite pools, all watching, all mouths moving. Run, run, run. He ran toward the cave entrance, legs burning, altitude and terror combining into oxygen debt that made his vision pulse. Behind him came the scraping, but weaker now, more distant. The holy water had hurt it, had disrupted whatever physical laws it operated under. Robert burst from the cave into twilight. The sun had set, temperature dropping rapidly, stars already visible in the darkening sky. He oriented by the Garmin, by constellation positions, by sheer desperate navigation back toward the trailhead. Something paced him in the scrubland. Not directly following, circling. He caught glimpses, coyote shape moving too fast, mountain lion form melting into raven taking flight, shadows that had substance and form. But it didn't attack. The holy water had wounded it somehow, or the blessed ground of the cave entrance had provided momentary sanctuary, or some rule Robert didn't understand limited its ability to hunt in open air after dark. He reached the Wheeler Peak trailhead at 9 p.m., muscles shaking, hypothermia setting in despite his layers. His truck sat in the parking lot covered in dust. 3 other vehicles were present now, hadn't been there this morning. Other hikers or rangers, potential witnesses, potential help, or potential victims. Robert fumbled his keys from his pack with numb fingers, dropped them, picked them up again. The truck started on the first try, dashboard illuminating. Phone automatically connected to Bluetooth, downloaded messages. 17 from the ranger station, increasingly frantic. Search initiated. Law enforcement en route. He was missing, presumed lost. Blake Wilson hadn't returned from their joint survey. Blake Wilson was still listed as missing. Not dead, not transformed. Missing. Robert texted the station. Fitzgerald here, alive emergency. Wilson is gone. Something in the bristlecone groves. Do not send anyone alone. Stay in groups. Do not respond to voices on radio. Send law enforcement with full team immediately. Response came within seconds. Robert, thank God. We have Blake here. He made it back an hour ago. Says you two got separated. Says you seemed disoriented. Stay where you are. We're sending someone. Robert looked at the trailhead in his rearview mirror. Something stood there at the trail entrance, illuminated by his brake lights. Tall. Wrong proportions. Wearing Blake Wilson's face and Park Service uniform. It waved at him. Friendly gesture. Wrong biomechanics. Robert drove. Foot to floor. Loose gravel spraying. Down the mountain access road toward Highway 488. Toward Lehman Caves Visitor Center. Toward lights and people and the fragile illusion of safety. His phone rang. Blake's number. Robert didn't answer. It rang 17 times before stopping. Text message. It's okay, Robert, I know you're confused. High altitude can cause hallucinations. Come back to the station. We'll get you checked out. I'm worried about you. Another text. Different number. Ranger station. Fitzgerald. Wilson says you seemed delusional on the trail. Mentioned you were talking about skinwalkers and folklore. Are you experiencing altitude sickness? Carbon monoxide exposure? We need to know your mental status. They had Blake, or something wearing Blake, and it was already rewriting the narrative, establishing Robert as unstable, delusional, the skeptic who'd cracked under pressure and started believing the myths he'd spent 15 years debunking. Robert pulled over at an overlook, hands shaking too badly to drive safely. He opened his laptop, pulled up the GoPro footage. The continuous recording should show everything, should provide evidence that couldn't be dismissed as delusion or altitude psychosis. The video played, Robert appearing normal, hiking the trail, approaching the bristlecone grove, Blake pointing out patterns, explaining Shoshone beliefs, both of them standing talking, Blake's voice clear and concerned. You okay, Robert? You seem distracted. No transformation, no skin shedding, just two rangers doing survey work, one of them increasingly agitated for no visible reason. Robert fast-forwarded. Canyon exploration, bone dust depression, carved tree. But in the video, he was alone, talking to empty air, throwing things at nothing, running from shadows. The phone footage told the same story. Blake normal in every frame. The photos of distortion, the stretched faces, the too many fingers, all gone, replaced by standard documentation shots. Even his memory felt suspect now. Had he seen what he remembered seeing? Or had 3 days at altitude professional pressure, the cognitive dissonance of challenging deeply held beliefs, triggered some kind of psychotic break? Robert's PhD in environmental science included enough psychology to recognize the symptoms of acute paranoid delusion. They matched his current state perfectly. But his pocket still held the broken vial of holy water. His jacket showed tears from the narrow cave passage. His GPS log showed him in locations he shouldn't have been, couldn't have reached in the time frame recorded. And somewhere in the high desert, Blake Wilson's empty skin lay crumpled near ancient trees, unless it had already been taken, hidden, destroyed. Robert opened his laptop and began typing, not his book debunking wilderness mythology. A new document. Statement of Robert Fitzgerald, Ph.D., Environmental Science, University of California, Davis, October 15th, 2015, regarding incident at Great Basin National Park. He documented everything. The transformation, the pursuit, the cave, the faces in stone, the chamber that violated geometry, the original skinwalker. He attached the GPS logs, the corrupted video files, the photos that showed nothing but proved he'd been there. He wrote, I came here to disprove skinwalker phenomenon, to provide rational framework for misidentified wildlife and cultural anxiety. I have failed, not because I couldn't find rational explanations, but because the rational explanations are incomplete. There exist things that operate outside our physical laws. There exist predators that hunt using our technology, our communication systems, our trust in evidence and documentation. I have seen one. It has taken Ranger Blake Wilson. It may have taken others. It is still out there. Robert saved the document, uploaded it to 3 separate cloud services, emailed copies to himself and to academic colleagues. Insurance against it being deleted like the photos had been deleted. Then he drove. Not back to the ranger station where something wearing Blake waited. Not to law enforcement who would see his statement and start psychiatric evaluation procedures. He drove toward Ely, toward the regional airport, toward escape from Great Basin, and everything he'd seen there. His phone rang constantly. Texts accumulated, concerned, angry, threatening legal action for abandoning a search operation. His academic reputation would be destroyed, his career over. 3 books discredited, 15 years of work invalidated. But Robert was alive, and he knew. The knowledge sat in his mind like broken glass, cutting every time he examined it. Everything he'd built his career on was incomplete at best, actively wrong at worst. The universe was stranger than his equations allowed. There were doors that shouldn't be opened, knowledge that required sacrifice, things that wore human skin and lived in the spaces where rationality failed. Blake Wilson was listed as missing for 3 days before being listed as found, confused, recovering from altitude sickness at the ranger station. He resumed duties within a week. Reports noted some personality changes, quieter, more reserved, occasionally seemed confused by technology or social cues. But medical evaluations showed nothing abnormal. Robert Fitzgerald resigned from UC Davis. His publisher canceled his book contract. His academic articles were quietly retracted. He was diagnosed with acute altitude-induced psychosis, with paranoid features, treated with antipsychotics he pretended to take but flushed. He moved to Phoenix, took a job teaching high school biology, stopped writing, stopped researching, stopped trying to explain the world. But he tracked disappearances in national parks, noted patterns, rangers who vanished and returned subtly wrong, hikers whose bodies were never found, locations where incidents clustered around old places, sacred places, places marked with protections that rationalists dismissed as superstition. And late at night, Robert would pull up the corrupted video files and watch them with specialized software that caught frames the normal player skipped. In those frames, single images, fragmented, barely visible, he could sometimes see it. Blake opening like a coat, something stepping out wearing human form badly, eyes reflecting yellow in the alpine sun, evidence that would convince no one, truth that would be dismissed as artifact, corruption, pareidolia. Robert kept the files anyway, because he knew. And knowing changed everything. Had burned away his certainty and left only questions that had no comfortable answers. Somewhere in the Great Basin, something still hunted, still wore the shapes it had taken, still waited for the next skeptic who needed proof, the next rationalist who demanded evidence, the next scientist who couldn't accept that some doors should stay closed. And Blake Wilson worked ranger shifts, guided hikers, gave educational talks about bristlecone ecology, performed his duties adequately if not excellently, lived alone, avoided questions about his time lost on Wheeler Peak. At night, if you listened carefully to ranger radio traffic, you could sometimes hear him in the background of other transmissions, voice slightly wrong, syntax slightly off, speaking in languages that shouldn't come from a human throat, to things that shouldn't answer back. Robert listened sometimes, knew he shouldn't, knew the knowledge was dangerous. But he'd spent his life seeking truth, and couldn't stop even when truth had teeth and hunger, and wore familiar faces like masks. The world was stranger than science allowed. The universe contained spaces where physical laws negotiated terms, and in those spaces things hunted that understood human weakness perfectly. The need to know, the desire to prove, the pride that demanded rational explanations even when rationality itself was the trap. Robert Fitzgerald had opened that door, had seen what waited beyond it. And though he'd escaped with his life, he'd left something behind in the Great Basin caves. His certainty, his worldview, his ability to ever feel safe in the rational universe he'd once believed was complete and comprehensible. He lived in Phoenix now, taught biology to teenagers, never hiked alone, never visited remote places, never returned to Great Basin. But sometimes, late at night, his phone would ring. Blake Wilson's number. Robert never answered. The voicemails were always the same. Breathing, distant voice speaking in layered tones, invitation to come back, see more, learn what really lived in the spaces between categories. Robert deleted them immediately, but he never blocked the number, because part of him, the part that had built a career on evidence and documentation, still needed to know, still wanted proof, still believed that with enough data, enough observation, enough careful analysis, he could understand. That was the trap. That would always be the trap. The rational mind's need for comprehension was exactly what things like skinwalkers fed on. And somewhere in the high desert, in caves beneath limestone, in groves of ancient trees, they waited. Patient as stone, hungry as time, knowing that another skeptic would come eventually, another scientist demanding proof, another rational mind ready to burn. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The photographs were arranged in a perfect circle on the stone outcropping at mile marker 3.7 of the Grinnell Glacier Trail. 23 Polaroids, each showing the same view of McDonald Creek from the same angle, same time of day. Morning light filtering through lodgepole pines, but taken over what appeared to be decades. Lisa Hoffman counted the dates scrawled on the white borders: 1987, 1991, 1995, 1999, 2003, 2007, and one dated yesterday that shouldn't exist because no one had been reported on this section of trail in the past week. The photographs were bone dry despite last night's rain that had turned the entire Glacier National Park backcountry into a mud field. When she picked up the most recent Polaroid, the chemical smell of developing fluid was still sharp in the September air, and the image showed something her mind initially refused to process: a figure standing in the creek, impossibly tall, with antlers that weren't antlers branching from a skull that wasn't quite a skull. Lisa's Motorola XPR 7550 radio remained silent on her hip. She'd checked it twice since finding the photographs 15 minutes ago. Confirmed the battery was full, squelch properly adjusted. The morning dispatcher shift at park headquarters in West Glacier should have checked in by now, standard protocol at 800 hours. But the only sound was wind moving through the pines with a rhythm that felt wrong, too deliberate, like breathing. She photographed the circle with her park-issue Canon EOS, documenting the scene from multiple angles, then collected each Polaroid with gloved hands and sealed them in evidence bags. The stone beneath where they'd been arranged showed no moisture, no debris, just smooth granite that looked recently cleaned, though the nearest water source was McDonald Creek, 40 feet downslope through dense underbrush. Lisa Hoffman had been a ranger at Glacier for 6 years. Before that, 5 years at Yellowstone, where her partner Jake Morrison had died during a rescue operation in the Thoroughfare region. Ice shelf collapse. One moment he was rappelling down to reach a stranded hiker. The next moment, 200 pounds of spring ice was crushing his chest cavity, while Lisa watched from the ridge above, helpless and screaming into a radio that picked up nothing but static. The investigation cleared her of wrongdoing, but she still saw the exact angle of his broken neck every time she closed her eyes. She'd transferred to Glacier, hoping the geography would be different enough to stop the nightmares. It hadn't worked. The missing person report had come in 3 days ago. Connor Burke, 29, day hiker from Seattle, solo expedition along the Grinnell Glacier Trail. His rental car was still parked at the trailhead, keys locked inside, wallet on the dashboard with credit cards and cash untouched. His emergency contact, an ex-girlfriend named Patricia, who kept calling the ranger station asking if they'd found anything weird, said Connor had been obsessed with local folklore, specifically stories about something called the Wetico, an Algonquian word Lisa had to look up online. Wendigo in English, spirit of starvation and cannibalism. The kind of legend she normally dismissed as campfire nonsense designed to scare tourists. But Connor Burke's research notes, recovered from his hotel room in West Glacier by the county sheriff, told a different story. Hand-drawn maps marking disappearances in the park over the past 40 years. Newspaper clippings about hikers found with signs of cannibalism, officially attributed to bear attacks or desperate survival situations. Interviews with Blackfeet elders transcribed in meticulous handwriting, warning about the Wetico wind, the Wendigo wind, that comes down from Canada every 7 years when the hunger grows too strong. According to Connor's research, 2008 was a Wendigo year. The last disappearances had been in 2001, 1994, 1987. The same years marked on the Polaroids. Lisa sealed the final photograph and stood, knees aching from crouching. She was 34 years old and felt twice that. The accumulated weight of loss and isolation pressing into her spine like stones in a cairn. Her Garmin GPS Map 64 showed her position as 48.7503 again, 113.7149 W, elevation 4,847 feet. The device had been acting strange since she'd passed mile marker 3. Coordinates jumping erratically, sometimes showing her location as 20 miles south, sometimes as if she was standing in the middle of Lake McDonald. She keyed her radio. Base, this is Hoffman. Over. Static, thick and wet sounding. Base, this is Ranger Hoffman on Grinnell Trail requesting comm check. Over. The static resolved into something that might have been words in a language she didn't recognize, guttural and rhythmic, before cutting out entirely. She checked the radio display. Full signal strength. No reason for the communication failure. The sun had moved wrong. Lisa looked up at the sky and felt her stomach drop. When she'd found the photographs, the sun had been southeast, maybe 30 degrees above the horizon. Now it hung almost directly overhead. Harsh noon light that didn't match her watch reading of 8:43 a.m. The shadows beneath the pines had shrunk to small dark pools. Time distortion. Impossible, but her eyes insisted otherwise. She needed to get back to the trailhead, report the photographs and communication issues, coordinate a proper search team for Connor Burke. The trail back should take 90 minutes at standard pace. She shouldered her pack, 40 pounds of emergency gear, first aid, rope, flares, and started hiking down trail, following the orange plastic markers hammered to trees at regulation intervals. After 20 minutes, she passed the same boulder formation 3 times. Lisa stopped and pulled out her compass. The needle spun in lazy circles, refusing to settle. She tried the Garmin again. It showed her moving in a spiral pattern, coordinates shifting with each reading. The trail markers were exactly where they should be, but somehow they were leading her in a loop, bringing her back to the same section of trail over and over. The temperature had dropped. Not gradually, all at once, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. Her breath clouded in front of her face. Ice crystals formed on the pine needles above, spreading in geometric patterns that looked too precise to be natural. Lisa's fingers went numb inside her gloves. September in Montana could be cold, but this was January cold, January in the Arctic cold, the kind of deep freeze that shouldn't be possible. She heard footsteps behind her on the trail, heavy footsteps, weight crunching through pine needles and snapping dead branches. The rhythm was wrong, too slow, too measured, each step followed by a pause just long enough to make her wonder if the next one would come. Lisa turned, one hand moving to the bear spray holstered at her chest, the other reaching for her radio. The trail was empty, but the footsteps continued, coming closer, accompanied now by a smell that made her gag. Rotting meat mixed with pine sap and something chemical, formaldehyde maybe, the stench of preserved death. Her rational mind said black bear, maybe a grizzly, though the season was wrong for aggressive behavior. Her hindbrain, the part that still remembered being prey on the African savanna, said run. Lisa didn't run. Running meant showing fear, and showing fear to a predator was suicide. She made herself big, arms wide, and activated her bear spray in a test burst. The orange cloud dissipated into the freezing air. The footsteps stopped directly behind her. She could feel breath on the back of her neck. Not warm breath, cold breath, each exhalation dropping the temperature another degree. Lisa turned slowly, bear spray ready, and saw nothing but empty trail and empty forest. The pines were wrong, though. They'd been lodgepole pines, straight and uniform. Now they were twisted, branches growing in spirals, bark forming patterns that looked almost like faces, mouths open in silent screams. Her radio crackled. A voice came through, distorted but recognizable. Jake Morrison's voice, the partner who died 3 years ago in Yellowstone. "Lisa, you need to see what I found," Jake's voice said, casual and relaxed, like he was reporting a routine trail issue. "Down by the creek? The tracks don't make any sense." Lisa's hand shook so badly she nearly dropped the radio. "You're dead," she whispered. "I know," Jake's voice said. And now there was something underneath it, something grinding and hungry. "We're all dead down here, Lisa. All 23 of us. Come see." The radio went silent. Lisa stood frozen, every nerve screaming contradictory messages. Hallucination from hypothermia. Had to be. The temperature was still dropping. She could see ice forming on her jacket sleeves, creeping across the Gore-Tex in fractal patterns. Her core temperature was falling. She needed to start moving, generate heat, get back to the trailhead even if the trail was impossible. She ran. The forest blurred past. pines blending into one continuous wall of twisted wood. The trail should have been clear, well-maintained, marked every 50 yards, but now it was overgrown with underbrush that grabbed at her boots, roots that writhed like tentacles, branches that reached down to scratch her face. Lisa's breath came in ragged gasps, her lungs burning despite the freezing air. The smell of rot was everywhere, thick enough to taste, decomposition and starvation and something else, something that made her think of empty bellies and hollow eyes, and the kind of hunger that consumed everything, even sanity. She burst into a clearing and stopped so suddenly she fell, hands catching on frozen ground that tore her gloves. The clearing was circular, 50 feet across, ringed by pines that had grown together at their tops to form a natural dome. In the center was a cairn, not the small trail markers built by hikers, but a massive structure 10 feet high, constructed from hundreds of stones precisely stacked. Arranged around the cairn were packs, hiking packs, ranging from modern internal frame models with bright colors to ancient external frame canvas designs from the 1970s. 23 packs, Lisa counted, each one sitting upright as if recently set down. Name tags dangled from most. Patricia Morrison, 1987. David Chen, 1991. Rebecca Stillwater, 1995. Connor Burke's pack was there too. Bright blue North Face model she recognized from the description in the missing person report. She crawled forward on numb hands and knees and opened it with shaking fingers. His wallet was inside, along with a tent, sleeping bag, water filter, MREs. Everything he would have needed for a week in the backcountry. And a journal, leather-bound, the pages covered in handwriting that devolved from neat sentences into frantic scrawls. Lisa read by the harsh noonlight that still didn't match her watch, which insisted it was only 9:30 a.m. Day 1. Found the photographs. Same pattern as the historical disappearances. Something is here. Something old. The Blackfeet stories are real. Day 2. Temperature dropping. Can't find the trail. Radio won't work. GPS shows me in Canada, but I haven't crossed the border. Heard footsteps all night. Saw something in the trees. Tall, wrong shape. Antlers that branch like hands reaching. Day 3. So hungry. Haven't eaten since yesterday morning, but I can't remember yesterday morning. The hunger is in my head, in my bones, spreading like infection. It wants me to be hungry. It feeds on the hunger. I understand now. The Wendigo doesn't kill. It transforms. It makes you into what it is, starvation incarnate, consumption without end. I can feel it starting. My thoughts are fragmenting. I want to eat, but there's nothing here except I'm so hungry, so hungry. Hungry, 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 hungry. The handwriting dissolved into the word, hungry, repeated thousands of times, covering the remaining pages in increasingly erratic letters. Lisa dropped the journal and stood, backing away from the cairn. The temperature was still falling. Her exposed skin had gone from numb to burning, frostbite setting in, tissue crystallizing. She needed heat, needed shelter, needed to get out of this clearing and back to civilization. But the forest had closed around her. The gaps between trees had narrowed, trunks growing together like the walls of a cage. Movement in her peripheral vision. Lisa spun, bear spray raised, and saw him. Connor Burke, or what remained of Connor Burke. He stood at the edge of the clearing, naked despite the freezing temperature, skin pulled tight over bones that jutted at wrong angles. His face was skeletal, eye sockets hollow and dark, jaw elongated into something that looked more canine than human. Antlers grew from his skull, white bone branching up through torn scalp, each point dripping something that steamed in the cold. He was impossibly tall, 7 feet, maybe 8, stretched like taffy, limbs too long and jointed in too many places. When he opened his mouth, his jaw unhinged like a snake's, revealing rows of teeth that had never been human. The sound that came out was Jake Morrison's voice again, but layered with 23 other voices, all the people who'd disappeared over the decades, all speaking in unison. We're so hungry, Lisa. So hungry it hurts. It never stops hurting. It burns like cold fire in your stomach, eating you from the inside, and the only way to make it stop is to eat, eat, eat. But nothing satisfies. Nothing fills the emptiness. We ate ourselves first. Fingers, toes, strips of meat from our thighs. Then we ate each other. Then we ate the forest, the bark, the roots, the frozen earth. And still we're hungry. Lisa ran again, crashing through underbrush that materialized in front of her, branches whipping her face, roots trying to trip her. Behind her, footsteps, not one set but many, all moving in that same too-slow rhythm that was somehow faster than she could run. The voices followed, chanting in unison. Words in Algonquian languages mixed with English, mixed with sounds that weren't language at all, just expressions of endless hunger. She burst out of the forest onto the shore of McDonald Creek and nearly fell into the water. The creek was frozen solid, ice thick enough to walk on, impossibly thick for September. Lisa looked upstream and saw them, all 23, standing in a line along the frozen creek. Not Connor Burke anymore, not any of the names in the journals. They'd all transformed into the same thing. Skeletal giants with antlers, 2 long limbs, mouths full of teeth designed for one purpose. They moved toward her in unison, a wall of starvation and consumption, and Lisa understood with perfect clarity what Patricia, the ex-girlfriend, had meant by anything weird. This was ancestral weird, the weird that had made humans afraid of the dark and the cold and the winter when food ran out, and the choice became starve or eat the person next to you. This was the Wendigo, the Witiko-Win, the manifestation of humanity's greatest taboo made flesh and hunger. Lisa's hand found the flare gun in her pack. Standard SAR equipment, 4 flares, effective range 300 yards. She fired straight up, the red phosphorus bloom bright against the gray sky. Then she fired again and again using 3 flares in rapid succession, creating a signal that should be visible for miles. The Wendigos didn't stop. She fired the last flare directly at Connor Burke's transformed face. The phosphorus struck his antlers and ignited white-hot flames spreading across the bone. He screamed. All of them screamed. A sound that dropped Lisa to her knees, hands over ears, her own voice joining in involuntary sympathetic agony. The smell of burning bone and rotting meat intensified, became unbearable. But they didn't burn. The flames consumed nothing, producing heat but no destruction, as if the Wendigos existed slightly outside normal physics, immune to fire the way they were immune to cold. Lisa scrambled backward on the ice, away from the advancing wall of hunger, and her hand touched something. A knife, partially frozen into the creek. She pried it loose. The blade was old, antler handle carved with symbols she didn't recognize. Blackfeet symbols, maybe, or older, the kind of tool someone would carry who knew what lived in these woods. The Wendigos stopped at the edge of the ice. 23 skeletal forms, steam rising from their mouths, antlers forming a forest of bone above hollow eye sockets. They didn't step onto the ice. Couldn't step onto it, Lisa realized. Water was a barrier in the folklore. Running water, specifically. The creek was frozen but still counted as water, still held some power that even transformed monsters respected. Connor Burke's voice came from all their mouths. You can't stay there forever. You're already infected. We can smell it on you. The hunger is in your blood now, in your thoughts. It grows with exposure. Every minute you spend here, every breath of the Witiko-Win you take, it gets stronger. Eventually you'll walk to us. Eventually you'll transform. Eventually you'll be so hungry that nothing matters except feeding. Lisa's stomach cramped. She realized she hadn't eaten since breakfast yesterday, had forgotten to eat in the stress of searching for Connor Burke. The hunger was normal, just her body requesting fuel. But it didn't feel normal. It felt consuming, overwhelming, a physical need that made her hands shake and her vision narrow, and her thoughts circle around a single word: hungry. She forced herself to think through the fog, the photographs, the pattern, every 7 years. The Wendigos couldn't leave the forest. They needed victims to come to them. The photographs were bait, arranged to be found, creating a mystery that would draw curious people into the woods at the right time. Connor Burke had come because he was researching the pattern. The others had come for their own reasons. All 23 over 4 decades, all in years divisible by 7. Why 7 years? Lisa asked, surprised she could still speak. The Wendigos tilted their heads in unison, antlers scraping against each other with a sound like wind chimes made of bone. "The hunger sleeps," they said. "It cycles. 7 years to build, 7 years to feed, 7 years to sleep again." The old people knew this. They had ceremonies, protections. They knew how to close the door we opened. But the old people are gone now. Their knowledge is gone, and we're so hungry. Lisa's mind raced. Connor Burke's research had mentioned Blackfeet elders, interviews, ceremonies. She fumbled for her pack, pulled out the evidence bags containing the Polaroids. The images showed the same view of the creek, but there were differences she hadn't noticed before. Small details in each photograph. In the 1987 image, a line of stones across the creek. In 1991, a circle of birch bark. In 1995, tobacco ties hanging from branches. Protections. Wards. Each one different. Each one presumably unsuccessful since people still disappeared. But the photograph from yesterday, the impossible one that showed Connor Burke's transformation in progress, showed something else. A massive symbol drawn in stones on the far bank, complex and multi-layered, combining elements from all the previous protections. Connor had been trying to complete a ritual. His journal had said he understood, that the Wendigo fed on hunger, that it transformed victims. He'd been trying to close the door. Lisa looked at the antler-handled knife in her hand, then at the stones of the frozen creek bed, visible through the clear ice. Then at the Wendigos watching her with empty eyes that reflected nothing, consumed everything. "You need me to be hungry," she said slowly. "You need me to give in, to walk off this ice and let you transform me. That's how you perpetuate. That's how you feed." "Yes," they said, and their voices were almost gentle. "The hunger is beautiful, Lisa. It's pure. It's honest. It strips away all the lies we tell ourselves about civilization and morality. In the end, we're all just hunger, just need, just survival at any cost. You know this. You watched Jake Morrison die and you were glad. Glad it wasn't you. Glad you survived. That's the truth you won't admit. That's the hunger that's already inside you." Lisa's hands shook. They weren't wrong. She had been glad, in that first shocked moment before the grief crashed down. Glad she was alive, and he was dead. The guilt of that admission had eaten her for 3 years, had driven her away from Yellowstone, had poisoned every moment of peace she tried to claim. But she was still here, still fighting, still refusing to surrender. She began arranging stones on the ice, using the knife to chip through the frozen surface and pull up creek rocks. The symbol from the photograph was complex. 3 circles intersecting, with lines radiating out in specific patterns. She worked from memory, hands so numb she could barely feel the stones constructing the ward one piece at a time. The Wendigos watched. They didn't move, didn't speak. They just watched with those hollow eyes, radiating cold and hunger and the promise of transformation. Lisa's thoughts fragmented as she worked. Images of food flashed through her mind, steaks, rare and dripping. Her mother's lasagna, fresh bread with butter, things she hadn't thought about in years suddenly vivid enough to taste. The hunger grew stronger, spreading like poison. Her stomach cramped so hard she doubled over, gasping. "You can't fight it," the Wendigos said. "No one fights it." Connor Burke tried. He drew the symbol. But the hunger won before he could finish the ceremony. It always wins. Lisa looked at the symbol taking shape beneath her hands. It was nearly complete. 3 intersecting circles of stone, radiating lines marking directions. But there was something missing. Something Connor Burke's photograph hadn't shown, or she'd failed to see. She pulled out her phone. No signal, but the camera still worked. Pulled up the photograph she'd taken of the Polaroids. Zoomed in on the symbol. There, in the center of the 3 circles, barely visible in the image, a darker stone. Specific stone. She enhanced the image as much as the phone allowed. The stone was dark red. Bloodstone, maybe. Or something stained with blood. Lisa looked at the antler-handled knife. The blade had a dark patina along the edge, old stains that hadn't washed away despite decades of exposure. This was a ritual knife, a knife used for offerings. Blood, she said. The ceremony requires blood. The Wendigos' mouths opened in unison, that terrible unhinging jaw motion. Yes, they hissed. But whose blood, Lisa? Yours? You're already infected. Your blood is poison, tainted with hunger. Ours? We have no blood. We're starvation incarnate, consumption without substance. The ceremony requires pure blood, willing blood, the blood of someone who chooses to give it rather than take. Lisa's mind raced through Connor Burke's research notes, the fragments she'd read in his journal. The Blackfeet ceremonies, the protections, blood offerings to appease spirits, to close doorways, to restore balance. But always willing offerings. Always given freely, never taken. She understood now why Connor Burke had failed. He'd waited too long, let the hunger take hold before attempting the ceremony. By the time he'd drawn the symbol, he was already transforming, already consumed by the need to consume. His blood had been tainted. Lisa's hands were shaking so badly she could barely hold the knife. The hunger was overwhelming now, a physical force that made her teeth ache and her stomach burn and her thoughts circle around feeding, nothing but feeding. She could feel the transformation starting, a cold spreading through her bones, thoughts fracturing into obsessive repetition. Hunger, hungry. She thought of Jake Morrison, the way he'd looked at her the morning he died, told her he was glad she was his partner, glad someone competent was on the other end of the rope. He'd trusted her completely. And she'd failed him. Not through negligence or incompetence, but through the simple chaos of ice and gravity and bad luck. She thought of all the hikers she'd helped over 6 years at Glacier, the lost teenager she'd found hypothermic and revived, the couple trapped on a ledge overnight that she'd rappelled down to reach, the countless search and rescues that ended with someone alive who wouldn't have been without her. She thought of the hunger, the way it twisted everything into consumption and need, and the reduction of human complexity into a single impulse. And she thought, I am not hunger. I am choice. Lisa placed the bloodstone in the center of the symbol, completing the pattern. Then she pressed the knife blade against her left palm and cut deep, drawing a line across skin and muscle that should have hurt but didn't. Her hands were too numb from cold. Blood welled up, brilliant red against white skin, steaming in the freezing air. She let it drip onto the bloodstone, each drop sending ripples through the ice, as if the frozen creek suddenly remembered it was water, was alive, was flowing. The Wendigos screamed. The sound was deafening, inhuman, 23 voices expressing rage and frustration, and something that might have been fear. They rushed forward onto the ice, skeletal forms moving impossibly fast, antlers lowered like weapons, mouths open wide enough to consume her whole. Lisa didn't run. She pressed her bleeding palm against the bloodstone and spoke the only words that came to her, words she'd heard Blackfeet Rangers use in prayers at the start of fire season. Grandfather, I ask for protection. I offer what is mine to give. Close the door. Keep them hungry. The ice cracked, not beneath her feet, beneath the Wendigos. Massive fractures spreading in geometric patterns that matched the stone symbol she'd created. Lines of breaking ice that glowed with a light that shouldn't exist underground. The Wendigos fell, 23 skeletal forms plunging through ice into water that was somehow liquid despite the freezing temperature, somehow running despite being frozen solid. They didn't sink. They dissolved. Bone and flesh and antler and hunger all dissolving into the creek like ink in water, spreading and thinning and finally vanishing. The last sound was a whisper in 23 voices. Thank you. The temperature rose instantly. Ice melted off the trees, running in streams that soaked the ground. The sun moved in the sky, lurching from noon back to morning in the span of seconds until it matched Lisa's watch, 10:15 a.m. Only 90 minutes since she'd found the photographs, though it felt like days. Lisa's radio crackled to life. All units, this is base. Comm check, over. She keyed the transmit button with her good hand, her left still bleeding slowly. Base. This is Hoffman. I have a medical emergency at my location and need immediate evacuation. Also requesting recovery team for multiple missing persons. Coordinates to follow. Over. Copy that, Hoffman. Dispatch helicopter en route. What's your status? Over. Lisa looked at her bleeding palm, at the symbol in stones that was already falling apart as the ice continued melting, at the 23 packs arranged around the cairn. I'm cold and hungry, she said. But I'm alive. Over. The helicopter arrived 30 minutes later. By then, Lisa had tourniquet her hand and was methodically documenting the clearing with her camera. The packs, the cairn, the stone symbol, everything. The search and rescue team found no bodies, just personal effects and journals detailing transformations that medical science would never explain. The official report attributed the disappearances to exposure and disorientation, possibly some shared psychotic episode among people who'd researched the same local folklore. Lisa didn't argue. She knew the truth would sound insane. She spent a week in Kalispell Regional Medical Center recovering from frostbite and a severed tendon in her left hand. The doctors said she was lucky. Another hour of exposure and she'd have lost fingers. They couldn't explain the frostbite in September when temperatures had never dropped below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Patricia called again while Lisa was still hospitalized, asking if they'd found Connor. Lisa said yes, they'd found evidence but no body. She didn't mention the journals or the Wendigo or the ceremony. She did say that Connor had been trying to protect people, that he'd died doing something brave. It seemed like the kindest version of the truth. Lisa returned to work 3 weeks later, restricted to desk duty while her hand healed. She spent most of her time in the park archives, reading old reports, cross-referencing disappearances. The pattern went back further than Connor Burke had documented, 1980, 1973, 1966, all the way to 1938 when park records began. Every 7 years, multiple disappearances along the same section of trail, all attributed to natural causes, all unsolved. Except now the pattern was broken. She checked the news daily, watching for any reports of missing hikers on Grinnell Glacier Trail. Nothing. The forest had gone quiet. 1 month after the incident, Lisa drove out to the Blackfeet Reservation east of the park. She found the elder Connor Burke had interviewed an old man named James Running Crane who lived in a small house outside Browning. She showed him photographs of the stone symbol, asked if he recognized it. He studied the images for a long time, then nodded slowly. Starvation door, he said in accented English. My grandfather taught me about it, said his grandfather taught him. The old ones made offerings to keep it closed. Tobacco, sweet grass, sometimes blood. But people forgot. The ceremony stopped. The door opened. Is it closed now? Lisa asked. For 7 years, James said. Then you'll need to make the offering again. 7 years. Every 7 years until the hunger dies completely. Lisa left her phone number. Call me in 2015, she said. I'll be here. She drove back to her apartment in West Glacier as the sun set, painting the mountains in shades of red and gold. Her left hand ached where the tendon had been repaired, a constant reminder of the choice she'd made. She wasn't hungry anymore. The oppressive need that had consumed her on the frozen creek was gone, replaced with normal appetite, normal desires. But sometimes, late at night when the temperature dropped and wind moved through the pines outside her window, she heard footsteps. Slow, measured footsteps that stopped just outside her door. And 23 voices whispering in unison, not threatening now, just present, acknowledging her, thanking her, waiting. Lisa kept the antler-handled knife in her nightstand drawer, blade cleaned and oiled. In her closet, sealed in a plastic bin, she'd saved one of the Polaroids, the image showing Connor Burke's transformation, the moment between human and Wendigo. She never looked at it, but knowing it was there felt important, a talisman against forgetting. Because the thing about hunger was that it never truly disappeared. It just slept, cycling through seasons, waiting for the door to open again. And in 7 years, Lisa would be there to close it, to make the offering, to choose once more to be something other than consumption. She could live with that. She had to live with that. The hunger was patient. It could wait 7 years. So could she. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The photographs were still damp when Amanda Castellano found them pinned to the ranger station door. 6 Polaroids, their edges curling in the October mist that rolled through the Hoh rainforest like something breathing. Each image showed Megan Price's campsite at mile marker 9. Her blue tent, her backpack hanging from the bear line, her hiking boots arranged neatly by the entrance. Standard documentation shots. Except Megan had been missing for 4 days, and according to the timestamp scrawled in the white borders, these photos had been taken this morning. Amanda pulled one free, careful not to smudge the still tacky emulsion. The handwriting was definitely Megan's, that distinctive way she made her 7s with a slash through the middle. 6:47 a.m., October 19th, 2009, 3 hours ago. Amanda's hands steadied as her mind engaged the problem like a mathematical equation. Megan's Polaroid camera had been logged into evidence on October 16th, found inside her tent along with her wallet, keys, and cell phone. The camera had been empty. No film pack. She examined the remaining photos. Same campsite, different angles. The timestamps progressed in 20-minute intervals. 7:08 a.m., 7:31 a.m., 7:54 a.m. In the last photo, something stood at the forest edge behind the tent. A pale figure, too distant to make out clearly, but distinctly human-shaped. Amanda's pulse didn't quicken. It never did during analysis mode. Instead, she noted the figure's proportions. Too tall, too thin. The way it seemed to exist slightly out of focus, even though the tent in the foreground was sharp. She flipped the photo over. On the back, in Megan's handwriting, "She's been watching me. She knows what I did." Amanda had been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 8 years, and she'd built her reputation on rational explanations. Lost hikers weren't abducted by Sasquatch. They got disoriented and walked in circles until exposure or dehydration took them. Strange lights weren't UFOs. They were bioluminescent fungi or headlamps refracted through fog. When other rangers whispered about the wrong parts of the forest, Amanda cataloged their superstitions as psychological responses to isolation and pattern-seeking brains finding meaning in randomness. But this was data that didn't fit. She pulled her Motorola radio from her belt and keyed the mic. "Station 1 to base, I need someone to check the evidence locker. Specifically Megan Price's Polaroid camera. Confirm it's still there." "Static then." "Copy, Station 1. Stand by." Amanda studied the station door while she waited. The photos had been pinned with Megan's own pushpins, the red ones she always used on the bulletin board. Amanda had watched the evidence team bag those pins 4 days ago. She'd initialed the evidence bags herself. The radio crackled. "Station 1, this is base. Camera is still in the locker. Bag seal is intact. What's going on?" "I'll explain when I get back. Send someone to relieve me at the station. I'm heading to mile marker 9. "Amanda, you know the search parameters. We've been over that site 6 times. There's nothing." "Send someone. I'll be back before dark." She didn't wait for acknowledgement before switching off the radio. The logical part of her brain was already mapping the route, calculating travel time, listing the equipment she'd need. But underneath that familiar analytical process, something new stirred. A small voice that sounded disturbingly like intuition, whispering that the forest had just changed the rules of the game. Amanda had met Megan Price 3 months ago when the younger woman transferred from Mount Rainier, fresh out of graduate school with a degree in ecology, bright-eyed and enthusiastic about studying old-growth temperate rainforests. She'd reminded Amanda of herself at 25, before 8 years of budget cuts and bureaucratic paperwork had sanded down her idealism into pragmatic efficiency. They'd worked together on a trail maintenance project in late August. Megan had talked constantly, filling the silence with facts about Sitka spruce nitrogen fixation rates and the symbiotic relationships between Douglas fir and mycorrhizal fungi. Amanda had found it annoying at first, then oddly comforting. She'd forgotten what it felt like to be passionate about the science instead of just the daily grind. On October 15th, Megan had gone out for a routine solo patrol of the Hoh River Trail. She'd checked in at 14 mile hours from mile marker 6. At 16:30, she should have checked in again from mile marker 12. She hadn't. By 19 hours, when she failed to return to base, they'd initiated search protocols. They'd found her campsite at mile marker 9 the next morning. Tent pitched, gear organized, no signs of struggle. Her radio was on the ground outside the tent, crushed. Not dropped or lost, crushed, like someone had taken a rock and deliberately smashed the electronics into fragments. Her cell phone was inside, dead battery, but her Garmin GPS was gone. That detail had bothered Amanda. Megan was meticulous about her equipment. She wouldn't have lost the GPS. The search had been thorough. Grid patterns, K9 units, thermal imaging from the helicopter when the weather cleared. Nothing. No tracks leading away from the campsite, no blood, no disturbed vegetation. Megan Price had simply ceased to exist. Except now she was apparently taking photographs. Amanda reached mile marker 9 in 90 minutes, pushing harder than she should have through the familiar trail. The temperate rainforest pressed close on both sides, ancient Sitka spruce and western hemlock forming a canopy so dense the undergrowth existed in perpetual twilight. Nurse logs thick with moss and ferns created natural barriers. The air tasted green and wet, heavy with the smell of decay and growth happening simultaneously. Megan's campsite looked exactly as it had in the photographs. Blue tent, bear bag hanging from the line, boots by the entrance. The crime scene tape was still up, though it sagged now, rain-soaked and faded. Amanda ducked under it and approached slowly, her brain automatically cataloging details. The tent was open. It had been zipped shut when they'd processed the scene 4 days ago. She was certain. She'd watched them seal it herself. Amanda pulled her flashlight from her belt and crouched at the entrance. Inside, everything was exactly as it had been during evidence collection, down to the sleeping bag bunched on the left side and the paperback mystery novel face down on the camp pad. But there was something new. In the center of the floor, arranged in a careful circle, were 23 Polaroid photographs. She didn't touch them immediately. Instead, she documented their position with her own digital camera, taking shots from multiple angles. Then, glove-clad, she picked up the first photo. It showed the interior of the tent. This tent, taken from approximately where Amanda was crouching now. The timestamp read October 19, 2009, 9:23 a.m., 45 minutes ago. The second photo showed the same view, same timestamp. But in this one, something was wrong with the sleeping bag. It had shifted position. No, not shifted. There was a shape under it. Human-sized. The lump of a body beneath the fabric. Amanda's analytical mind tried to provide explanations. Someone else was here. Someone was playing a prank, or trying to interfere with the investigation, or... She picked up the third photo. The sleeping bag had been pulled back. Underneath was Megan Price's body. No, not her body. Her face. Just her face, pressed against the tent floor as if she were drowning in the fabric itself. Mouth open in a silent scream. Eyes wide and wrong. Too white. No irises. No pupils. Just white. Amanda's hand trembled. She forced it still through sheer will and reached for the fourth photograph. This one showed her. Amanda Castellano, crouching exactly where she was now, holding the third photograph, staring at it with an expression of controlled horror. The timestamp read 9:52 a.m., 2 minutes from now. She dropped the photo. Her rational mind screamed that this was impossible, that someone was watching her right now, that she needed to get out. But her training overrode panic. She spun, flashlight sweeping the tent's interior, then outside through the mesh screen window. Nothing, just the green silence of the forest and the constant drip of condensation from the canopy. She checked her watch. 9:51 a.m. Against every instinct, she picked up the fourth photo again. Yes, that was her. Same jacket, same gloves, same angle. And in the background, visible through the tent's mesh window, that pale figure stood among the trees. Amanda turned slowly, following the angle from the photograph. The figure should be approximately 30 feet away, slightly northeast of the tent. There was nothing there. Just a massive Sitka spruce wrapped in moss, its bark forming patterns that could almost look like... She blinked. When her eyes refocused, the figure was visible. Not clearly, not in sharp focus, but present. A woman in white, impossibly tall and thin, her hair hanging forward to obscure her face. She stood absolutely motionless, and somehow Amanda knew with certainty that defied logic, that the figure had been there the entire time. Amanda simply hadn't been able to see her until she looked in exactly the right way. "Megan?" Amanda's voice sounded too loud in the muffled quiet. "Megan Price?" The figure's head tilted. Slowly, mechanically, wrong angles. Her hair shifted, and for a moment Amanda glimpsed what lay beneath. A face. White as milk, features too sharp, eyes that were holes opening onto nothing. Amanda's radio crackled to life. "Duh. Amanda, do you copy? The voice distorted, stretched, until it sounded like someone screaming underwater. Then silence. When she looked back at the trees, the figure was 10 feet closer. Amanda stumbled backward, training finally breaking down into pure survival instinct. She turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth, her breath coming in ragged gasps that had nothing to do with exertion and everything to do with the absolute certainty that something was behind her. The forest had changed. The trail markers were wrong. The trees seemed to lean in, branches reaching lower. The mist thickened until she could barely see 5 feet ahead. Her compass spun uselessly, the needle rotating in slow circles that made her stomach lurch. She ran for what felt like hours, but her watch insisted was only 12 minutes before she burst into a clearing she didn't recognize. A stream cut through the center, the water moving too fast, too dark. On the far bank, she saw another tent. Green this time, more weathered than Megan's. And standing beside it, facing away, was Megan Price. "Megan!" Amanda's voice cracked. "Megan, it's Amanda Castellano, from Olympic. Do you remember me?" The figure didn't turn, didn't move at all. Amanda approached the stream, her boots sinking into the soft earth at its edge. Up close, the water was wrong. Too black, almost viscous. When she looked at her reflection, her face seemed to ripple and distort even though the water was moving too fast for a clear image. "Megan, you need to respond. You've been missing for 4 days. Everyone's looking for you." Slowly, the figure turned. It wore Megan's face like a mask. Too perfect, too symmetrical. As if someone had constructed it from memory of what Megan should look like rather than what she actually was. Her eyes were all wrong. Too wide, too white. Exactly like in the photograph. "She needs to know what I did." Megan's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the trees in overlapping waves. "She needs to understand why I deserve this." "Who needs to know?" "Megan, what happened to you?" "I killed her." Megan's mouth moved, but the sound came from behind Amanda, from the stream, from the ground itself. "In Japan, 5 years ago, the exchange program, there was a girl, Akiko. She loved me. I used her. I lied. She died because of me. Jumped from the dormitory roof. I came back to America and I just forgot. I let myself forget." Amanda's hands were shaking now, her analytical mind struggling to process what was happening. "Megan, even if that's true, even if something terrible happened, we can get you help. Medical attention, you're clearly in shock." "I'm dead." Megan smiled, and the expression was all wrong, too wide, her lips pulling back to reveal too many teeth. "I've been dead since October 15th. I just didn't know it yet. She found me. Akiko. She followed me here. All the way across the ocean she followed. Do you know what a Uri is, Amanda? A vengeful ghost. They don't forget. They don't forgive. They just wait and wait. And when they find you... Megan's form flickered like bad reception. For a moment, Amanda saw through her to the tent behind. Then she solidified again, but wrong now, all pretense of humanity dropping away. Her neck stretched impossibly long. Her hair fell forward in a black curtain that moved independent of wind or gravity. Her white clothing shifted and merged with her skin until Amanda couldn't tell where cloth ended and flesh began. She's teaching me. Megan's voice had changed too, lower now, layered with something else underneath. She's showing me how it feels, to be forgotten, to have your death mean nothing, to be erased from someone's story like you never mattered at all. I'm sorry. Amanda didn't know why she said it, didn't know if it would help, but the words came anyway. I'm sorry for what happened to Akiko. But this isn't justice. This is exactly justice. The voice that came from Megan's distorted form was no longer hers at all. It was older, sharper, filled with an anger that had been aging for 5 years into something colder than hate. She forgot. I will make sure she remembers. Forever. Megan raised her hand, and Amanda saw that her fingers were too long, the nails like broken glass. Behind her, other figures emerged from the mist. More women in white, their faces hidden by hair, their forms too tall and too thin to be human. They moved in that same mechanical way, joints bending at impossible angles. Amanda ran. Again. Because every rational explanation had shattered, and all that remained was the primal understanding that she was being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. The forest blurred around her, trees and mist and shadow blending into a nightmare landscape where direction had no meaning. She found herself back at Megan's campsite. No, not Megan's. A different tent, red this time. No crime scene tape. Fresh boot prints in the mud. And standing at the entrance was the pale woman from the first photograph. Up close, Amanda could see her clearly now. Long black hair hanging like a veil, white clothing that might have been a robe or a burial shroud. Where her face should be, there was just a suggestion of features beneath the curtain of hair. And when she moved, the air around her grew cold enough that Amanda could see her breath. You're Akiko. Amanda forced the words out through chattering teeth that had nothing to do with the temperature. Akiko Tanaka. I'm not Megan. I didn't hurt you. Please. The figure tilted her head again in that horrible mechanical way. Then she reached up with fingers that ended in points like needles and slowly pulled her hair aside. Amanda saw the face beneath, and something broke inside her mind. Not the grotesque horror she'd been expecting, but something worse. Perfect beauty, marred by absolute grief. Akiko's face was lovely, delicate, frozen at whatever age she'd been when she died. But her eyes were holes that went down forever, dark tunnels leading to nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Looking into them was like looking at the photograph of her own death. Not you. The voice was barely a whisper, but it filled Amanda's skull with pressure until she thought her head would split. Not you, but you will witness. You will remember. You will tell the story. The forest around them changed. The mist peeled back and Amanda saw them. Dozens of figures in white, standing silent among the trees. All women, all with that same terrible beauty and that same impossible grief. Some looked recent, their features still clear. Others seemed older, their forms more transparent, as if they were fading slowly into the forest itself. We are the forgotten ones. Akiko's voice had changed, multiplying, until it seemed like all the figures spoke in chorus, the ones who died in anger and pain, the ones whose deaths were convenient, whose suffering was buried, whose names were erased. We remember. We will always remember, and we will make sure others remember too. The ground beneath Amanda's feet began to soften, turning liquid. She looked down and saw water rising from the earth itself, dark and cold. The stream. She was sinking into the stream that wasn't a stream but something else entirely. A river of grief, of rage, of every bitter tear shed by women whose pain had been dismissed and forgotten. She was drowning in it. The water closed over her head, and she saw them all beneath the surface. Hundreds of them now. Thousands. Stretching back through decades, centuries, millennia. All the forgotten dead, all the erased victims, all the convenient casualties. They reached for her with hands that were nothing but bone and mist, pulling her down into their collective memory. This is how I die, she thought with perfect clarity. This is how Megan died, drowned in remembering. But then, a change. The hands that pulled at her began to push instead. Akiko's face appeared in the water, her eyes no longer empty but filled with something that might have been recognition, might have been pity. Not you, she said again. Not yet. First you remember, then you tell. Then, maybe then, you understand. Amanda burst from the water gasping, crawling onto solid ground that felt real again, felt present. She was back at the actual stream near mile marker 9, the one that appeared on actual maps. Her clothing was soaked, her radio ruined, but she was alive. Behind her, standing at the water's edge, Akiko remained visible. Solid now, or as solid as a ghost could be. She pointed one long finger towards something in the mud near Amanda's hand. Megan's Garmin GPS, the missing piece of evidence. Amanda picked it up with shaking hands and turned it on. Somehow, impossibly, it still had battery. The screen flickered to life and showed a single waypoint saved in memory. Coordinates Amanda didn't recognize. She's there. Akiko's voice was fading now, becoming part of the forest sounds, the drip of water, the sigh of wind through trees. What's left of her? Bring her home. Tell her story. Tell my story. Remember us both. That is the price for your life. I will. Amanda's voice was hoarse, damaged from the drowning that hadn't quite happened. I promise. I'll remember. I'll make sure everyone remembers. The figure nodded once, and then she was gone. Not fading, not walking away, simply not there anymore, as if she'd never been. But the cold remained, and the certainty that Amanda had been seen by something that existed outside the rational world she'd spent 8 years defending. She looked at the GPS coordinates. They pointed to a location about 2 miles north off trail, in an area the search teams hadn't covered because the terrain was too difficult, and Megan had no reason to go there. Amanda made it back to the station by 16 hours, soaked and shaking and unable to explain what had happened in any terms that made sense. She reported the GPS coordinates. The team went out at first light the next day with full technical climbing gear. They found Megan Price in a narrow ravine that didn't appear on any maps, hidden beneath a fallen old-growth cedar. She'd broken both legs in the fall and died of exposure over several days. The ravine walls were covered in scratches, her fingernails, they later determined. She'd tried to climb out. For days she'd tried. Near the body they found her Polaroid camera with a fresh film pack, and on the memory card of her own digital camera. They found hundreds of photos taken during those final days. The earliest ones showed her injured, trying to splint her legs with branches. The middle ones showed her deteriorating, hallucinating, writing in her journal about someone watching from above. The final photos were just of darkness, taken blind as the battery died. But there were other images too, ones that shouldn't have been there. Photos of Akiko Tanaka, standing at the ravine's edge looking down. The timestamps matched the hours of Megan's death. In Megan's journal, they found a confession about the exchange program in Osaka, about Akiko, a Japanese student she'd led on and used for housing and money, about the girl's suicide and how Megan had left the country immediately after, telling herself it wasn't her fault, that Akiko had been unstable anyway, that she couldn't be blamed for someone else's choices, but she was there. The final entry read, "She's been here the whole time, watching, waiting, making sure I remember, making sure I finally understand what I did, what it means to be forgotten, what it means to die alone, your pain dismissed, Your death convenient for everyone but you. She's teaching me. I deserve this lesson. The official report called it accidental death. Amanda didn't argue. How could she? How could she explain the photographs that showed impossible things? The soaked radio that somehow still worked when they tested it in the lab. The way her compass had spun in circles for 3 days afterward before suddenly working normally again. She couldn't. So she didn't. But she kept the photographs. The ones pinned to the station door. The ones from inside the tent, all of them. She kept Megan's journal entries about Akiko. And she researched. Spent months learning about Yurei, about Onryo, about the specific cultural understanding of ghosts in Japan. About how they're not like Western ghosts, not just echoes or residual energy. They're willful entities, driven by purpose, patient as mountains. She learned about Akiko Tanaka, found old articles about her death in Osaka. A promising student, 21 years old, who jumped from her dormitory on October 15, 2004, exactly 5 years before Megan Price died. The articles were brief, dismissive. No note was found. The student had been depressed. Unconfirmed reports of a relationship gone wrong. Forgotten, convenient, dismissed. Amanda built a small shrine in her apartment, not officially sanctioned, not religiously motivated. She still didn't believe in the supernatural in any way that made sense to her rational mind. But she'd witnessed something that demanded acknowledgement. She placed Akiko's photo there, printed from a memorial page she found online. Next to it, a photo of Megan taken during that trail maintenance project in August, smiling and alive and unaware of what was coming. And every day she remembered, spoke their names, acknowledged their stories. Because Akiko had taught her something that 8 years of forestry work never had, that forgetting isn't neutral. It's a choice. It's a violence all its own. Sometimes on night shifts at the station, Amanda sees movement in her peripheral vision. A pale figure at the forest edge, too tall and too thin, watching with eyes that are either empty or infinitely deep, depending on how she looks. She doesn't run anymore. Instead, she nods acknowledgement. Respect, recognition. The forest has its own rules, its own justice, its own memory that's longer and deeper than maps or GPS coordinates can capture. Amanda spent 8 years thinking she understood it through science and rationality. Now she knows better. Some things can't be measured or explained. They can only be witnessed, remembered, and honored. Megan Price died on October 19, 2009 in Olympic National Park. Akiko Tanaka died on October 15, 2004 in Osaka, Japan. Their stories are connected by guilt and grief and the terrible patience of the dead. Amanda Castellano survived to tell those stories, to remember both women, to make sure their names, their pain, their deaths actually matter. That's the price she paid for her life. She pays it every day. And in the deep places of the Hoh rainforest, where the mist never quite lifts and the silence is too complete, something watches and waits. Not gone. Never gone. Just patient. Because Yurei don't fade. They don't forgive. They simply make sure no one ever forgets again. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Olympic National Park, Washington, October 2011. Daniel Marsh had always believed that nature operated on principles, cause and effect, action and reaction. 14 years as a ranger in Olympic National Park had only reinforced this certainty. Rain fell because atmospheric pressure dropped. Trees died because beetles burrowed. Hikers got lost because they ignored trail markers and overestimated their abilities. The forest didn't care about superstition. He adjusted the Garmin eTrex GPS unit clipped to his belt, watching the coordinates update as he moved deeper into the Hoh rainforest. The device showed his position with reassuring precision. 47.597 degree N, 123.93 degree W. Behind him, the Trailhead Visitor Center had disappeared into the cathedral of moss-draped Sitka spruce and western hemlock. Above, The canopy filtered October sunlight into a greenish twilight that never quite reached the forest floor. His Motorola radio crackled. "Ranger Marsh, this is dispatch. What's your 20? Daniel pressed the transmit button. "About 2 miles up Ho River Trail. No sign of the missing hiker yet." "Copy that. Weather Service is calling for heavy rain by 1600 hours. You've got maybe 3 hours of decent visibility." "Understood." He released the button and continued walking, his Red Wing boots silent on the carpet of moss and fallen needles. Lauren Keating, 23 years old, graduate student from the University of Washington, studying old-growth forest ecology. She'd signed in at the ranger station 3 days ago, planning a solo overnight trip to study nurse logs and fungal networks. Her car was still in the parking lot, covered in a film of condensation and fallen hemlock needles. Her emergency contact, her faculty advisor, Dr. Patricia Chen, had called yesterday when Lauren missed 2 scheduled check-ins. Standard missing persons protocol. Probably camped somewhere off-trail, lost track of time, let her phone battery die. Daniel had seen it dozens of times. He stopped at the first junction, where Ho River Trail split toward the lateral moraine. His eyes scanned the undergrowth automatically, looking for broken branches, disturbed vegetation, anything suggesting recent passage. The forest here was almost prehistoric. Massive nurse logs decomposing into soil, sword ferns erupting in dense clusters, everything perpetually wet and growing. Something white caught his eye. Daniel approached slowly, his pulse steady. A torn piece of paper caught in a salal bush about 20 feet off the trail. He pulled on latex gloves from his pack before touching it, standard procedure for evidence collection, and carefully extracted the paper. It was a page from a field journal, the kind with waterproof synthetic paper. Lauren's handwriting, he assumed. Precise, scientific, October 11th, 3:47 p.m. Coordinates, 47.8612, N, 123.9389, W. Observed, unusual mycorrhizal formation on western hemlock, approximately 240 years old. Core sample estimate. Fungal body appears to be the entry ended mid-sentence. The paper's edge wasn't torn, it was cut, cleanly, as if with scissors. Daniel turned it over. On the back, written in different ink and a shakier hand, "She's still here." The words had bled slightly, as if written in the rain, or as if the writer's hand had been trembling. Daniel took a photograph with his Nikon point-and-shoot camera, documenting the location and the note itself. Then he carefully placed it in an evidence bag from his pack. The coordinates from Lauren's journal were about a quarter-mile northeast, off-trail but not impossibly so. He checked his GPS again, marked a waypoint, and began pushing through the undergrowth. The forest changed as he moved away from the established trail. The sounds changed first. The subtle audio texture of the rainforest, usually a constant backdrop of dripping water and distant bird calls, seemed to compress. Not quieter exactly, just denser, more present. Daniel's analytical mind cataloged it automatically. Acoustic dampening from the thick canopy, moisture in the air affecting sound propagation. But his hands felt cold, despite his Gore-Tex gloves. He found the hemlock Lauren had described at exactly the coordinates she'd noted. It was massive, easily 8 feet in diameter, its bark deeply furrowed and covered in liverworts. At its base, the mycorrhizal network she'd documented spread in pale thread-like patterns across the dark soil. Except this formation was unusual. Daniel wasn't a mycologist, but even he could see that the pattern was too regular, almost geometric. The fungal threads formed a rough circle about 6 feet across, and within that circle, the ground was strangely clear. No moss, no small plants, just dark earth and those white fungal threads. Daniel photographed it from multiple angles, his scientific training overriding his growing unease. There would be an explanation. Fungal networks sometimes created fairy rings, circles where nutrients were depleted or concentrated, affecting plant growth. This was just an unusually pronounced example. He was focusing his camera when he saw the footprints. Bare footprints. Small, leading away from the circle, deeper into the forest, Daniel crouched, examining them with his flashlight, even though enough daylight still penetrated the canopy. The prints were precise, clear, as if someone had walked through here minutes ago. But the ground was soft with rain and decomposition. These should have been partially collapsed, filled with water. Instead, they looked fresh. More than that, they looked wrong. The toes were too long, the arch too pronounced, and they were evenly spaced, mechanically regular, as if whoever made them had been walking with perfect measured steps. Daniel's radio crackled with static. He grabbed it quickly, grateful for the connection to the rational world of dispatch protocols and weather reports. Marsh here. Nothing but static. He adjusted the frequency, checked the battery indicator. Full power, clear channel. But when he transmitted again, the static intensified, developing a strange rhythmic quality, almost like breathing. Then, cutting through the static, a voice, not dispatch. A woman's voice, distant and hollow. Daniel. His finger froze on the transmit button. The voice continued, each word separated by long pauses. Daniel. She's still here. The radio went dead, completely silent. No static, no hiss, nothing. Daniel stared at the device, his analytical mind rejecting what had just happened while his hindbrain screamed at him to run. He'd been working in these woods for 14 years. Radio interference happened. Atmospheric conditions, electronic equipment, even solar activity could cause strange effects. And voices in static were a known phenomenon. Pareidolia, the human brain's tendency to find patterns in random noise. But it had said his name. Daniel stood slowly, scanning the forest around him. The light was dimming, though his watch showed only 2:17 p.m. The heavy rain was coming early, or the canopy was thicker here, or nothing. There was always an explanation. He followed the footprints. They led him deeper into a part of the forest he'd never patrolled, where the old growth trees were even more massive, their trunks disappearing into the perpetual mist. The prints continued in that same mechanical rhythm, never deviating, never showing the natural variations of human gait. After 50 yards, they stopped, not faded or grew indistinct. Stopped. The final print was as clear as the first, and beyond it, nothing. The forest floor showed no sign of disturbance. Daniel turned in a slow circle, his flashlight beam cutting through the deepening gloom. Behind him, the prints he'd followed still marched in their perfect line, but now they seemed to be arranged in a pattern he hadn't noticed before. When viewed from this angle, they didn't lead away from the mycorrhizal circle. They led toward something, toward him. His light caught something ahead, a shape among the trees. Daniel approached carefully, his boots finding purchase on the slick ground. The shape resolved into a camping tent, a bright red North Face two-person model, Lauren's tent presumably. It was properly set up, the rain fly secured, no signs of struggle or hasty departure. "Lauren?" he called out, his voice sounding flat in the dense air. "This is Ranger Daniel Marsh with Olympic National Park. I'm here to check on your welfare." No response. Daniel circled the tent once, documenting with photographs. The surrounding area was undisturbed. No scattered gear, no signs of an animal encounter. Everything was neat, orderly, exactly how an experienced backpacker would leave a campsite. He unzipped the tent's fly. The smell hit him first. Not decay, but something stranger. Wet earth and something floral. Jasmine, maybe, except wrong somehow. Too sweet and too cold at once. Lauren's gear was inside, neatly arranged. Sleeping bag rolled, backpack organized, field journals stacked with that same precise handwriting. But no Lauren. Daniel reached for the top journal, his gloved hands careful with the synthetic pages. He opened it to the last entry. October 12th, 11:34 p.m. I can't leave. Every time I pack up and start walking back to the trail, I end up here again. I've tried 4 times. I mark the trees, I use my GPS, I follow my own footprints backward, but I always return to this exact spot. The coordinates don't change. It's not possible, but it keeps happening. Something is watching me. I see her at the edge of my flashlight beam, long black hair, white clothing. She doesn't move when I look at her directly, but I can feel her getting closer. She's still here. That's what the old woman at the trailhead told me. I thought she was crazy. She grabbed my arm and said, "She's still here in the deep forest, don't camp alone." I laughed it off. I'm not laughing now. The entry ended. Daniel flipped forward. The remaining pages were blank except for the final page, where Lauren had written in increasingly shaky handwriting, "If someone finds this, don't stay here after dark. Don't look for me. I made a mistake. I read something I shouldn't have. I tried to document something that didn't want to be seen." The fungal circle isn't a natural formation. It's a marker, it's a door. She comes through when you stand in the center. Below that, in writing so rushed it was barely legible, I can see her clearly now. She's standing right outside the tent. Her face is... The sentence ended in a long ink stroke as if the pen had been dragged across the page. Daniel set the journal down carefully, his hands steadier than they should be. Shock, probably. Or his mind refusing to process what he was reading. He backed out of the tent, stood, and assessed the situation with the systematic approach that had served him well for 14 years. Facts. Lauren Keating was missing. She'd experienced what she interpreted as paranormal phenomena. She'd written about a woman in white with long black hair, a description that matched dozens of horror movie tropes. She'd been alone in the wilderness, probably experiencing the psychological effects of isolation, creating patterns from random natural phenomena. She was scared, disoriented, and she'd run. That was the rational explanation. But Daniel's radio was still dead, and the light was getting dimmer, even though it was only 2:47 p.m. And behind him, from the direction of the mycorrhizal circle, he heard footsteps. Not heavy footsteps. Precise, light, mechanical in their rhythm. Getting closer. Daniel turned, his flashlight beam cutting through the mist. A woman stood at the edge of the clearing, perhaps 20 feet away. Long black hair, so dark it seemed to absorb light. White clothing that might have been a dress or a robe, the kind of indistinct garment that made it hard to focus on details. Her head was bowed, hair covering her face. "Ma'am?" Daniel's voice was steady. "I'm a park ranger. Are you injured? Do you need assistance?" She didn't respond. Didn't move. Just stood there, impossibly still, while the forest around her continued its subtle motion of dripping water and swaying branches. Daniel's training told him to approach, to assess, to render aid if needed. But something else, something older than training, something primal, told him not to move, not to approach, not to acknowledge what he was seeing. Because in all his years in these woods, he had never seen anyone stand that still. He took a step backward. The woman's head lifted slightly, not enough to see her face through the curtain of black hair, but enough that Daniel could see her neck, pale as paper, thin as a child's. Then she moved. Not walked. Moved. She covered the distance between them in an instant. No transition, no steps. She was at the edge of the clearing, and then she was 5 feet in front of him, and Daniel stumbled backward, his analytical mind screaming that this violated every physical law he'd ever known. Up close, he could see through the gaps in her hair, could see her face, or where her face should be. The features were there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they were wrong, stretched. The proportions didn't match any human face he'd ever seen. The eyes were too large, too dark, and they didn't reflect his flashlight beam. They absorbed it like her hair, like she was made of something that light couldn't touch. Her mouth opened. Not to speak. Just opened, wider than should be anatomically possible, revealing darkness beyond. And from that darkness, Lauren's voice, "Daniel, help me." He ran. Every instinct, every bit of training, every rational thought fled in the face of what he'd seen. Daniel crashed through the undergrowth, branches clawing at his uniform, his breath coming in gasps that had nothing to do with exertion and everything to do with the prey animal panic that had taken over his nervous system. Behind him, nothing. No footsteps. No pursuit. Just the terrible sense that if he looked back, she would be there. Right there. Always just outside his peripheral vision. His GPS was useless, spinning wildly. His compass needle swung in slow circles, but his legs knew the direction. Away. Just away. Daniel burst through a curtain of moss and found himself at the mycorrhizal circle. He stopped, gasping, his flashlight beam sweeping the clearing. The fungal threads glowed faintly in the dying light. That same geometric pattern he'd photographed. The pattern that Lauren had said was a marker. A door. And in the center of the circle, visible now that he was looking at the right angle, was a depression in the earth. Not natural. Too regular. Too deliberate. Roughly the size and shape of a human body. Fresh earth at its edges, as if it had been recently disturbed. Daniel's light caught something pale in the depression. He approached on wooden legs, his scientific training warring with his survival instinct. A hand, pale, small, reaching up from the earth. Lauren's hand, he knew with terrible certainty. Her fingers were splayed, nails packed with dirt frozen in a grasping motion. But the hand wasn't attached to anything. It just emerged from the soil, impossibly, as if the rest of her body extended down into impossible depths. As he watched, the fingers twitched, then contracted, slowly, mechanically. They curled into a fist, and from somewhere, from the earth, from the air, from everywhere and nowhere, Lauren's voice whispered, "She's still here." Daniel backed away from the circle, his light swinging wildly. The forest around him had changed. The trees were in different positions, or maybe it was the same trees but arranged wrong, their angles and spacing creating patterns that hurt to look at. The mist had thickened into something almost solid, pressing against him from all sides. And in that mist, he saw them. Dozens of them. Figures in white with long black hair, standing between the trees. All perfectly still. All facing him. Some were close enough that he could almost see their features through their hair. Others were distant, barely visible, just suggestions of form in the fog. They were all opening their mouths. The voices came in a chorus, overlapping, some speaking English and some speaking in languages Daniel didn't recognize. Japanese, maybe, or something older. But the message was the same, repeated in 100 different voices. "She's still here, she's still here, she's still here." And among those voices he heard Lauren clear and distinct. "I tried to document something that didn't want to be seen." Daniel's radio crackled to life. Through the static, he heard dispatch. "Ranger Marsh, respond. Your position." He grabbed the radio with shaking hands, pressed the transmit button. "I'm at the mycorrhizal formation. Coordinates 47.8612 north, 123.9389 west. I need immediate extraction, I need..." The radio screamed. A sound like feedback but organic, like 1,000 voices shrieking in unison. Daniel dropped it, the device hitting the ground and continuing to emit that terrible sound. The figures in white were moving now, closing in with that same impossible motion. There and then closer, and then right there, no transition between. Daniel ran again, but this time he knew it was useless. The forest had become a maze, every direction leading back to the circle, every path returning him to the same spot. He could see his own footprints in the mud, see where he'd passed through the same clearing 3 times, 4 times, the prints overlapping in impossible patterns. He was trapped in the same loop that had caught Lauren. The rational part of his mind, the part that still believed in cause and effect, in natural laws and scientific explanation, tried desperately to make sense of what was happening. Hallucination, gas leak, some unknown compound from the fungal network affecting his nervous system, disorientation, panic. But the rest of him, the part that had existed long before evolution gave humans the ability to reason, knew the truth. He'd seen something that didn't want to be seen. He'd violated a boundary that shouldn't be crossed. And now the forest was claiming its price. Daniel found himself back at Lauren's tent. It was open now, though he'd zipped it closed. Inside, her field journals were scattered, pages torn out and arranged on the tent floor. They formed words in cut-up text, ransom note style. "Don't look for me, I'm still here, she's still here, we're all still here." His flashlight flickered. The beam caught something at the far edge of the clearing. Lauren. Not a figure in white. Actually, Lauren. He recognized her from the photo in the missing persons file. Wavy brown hair, athletic build, wearing the green rain jacket described in her vehicle information form. She was standing at the edge of the trees, looking directly at him. "Lauren?" His voice cracked. "Lauren Keating?" She didn't respond. Just stood there looking at him with an expression he couldn't read in the fading light. Daniel took a step toward her, then another. She remained still, watching him approach. "Are you injured? Can you walk? I'm here to help you." Lauren's mouth moved, but the voice that came out wasn't hers. It was the voice from his radio, hollow and distant. "She's still here." Behind her, another figure emerged from the trees. The woman in white, the one with the impossible face, the one whose mouth had opened too wide. But this time, Daniel could see her features clearly. She looked like Lauren. The same face, the same hair, though darker, longer, the same proportions, as if Lauren were looking into a terrible mirror that showed what she would become, or what had already begun. Lauren's, real Lauren's, living Lauren's, face began to change. Her skin paled, taking on that paper-white quality. Her hair darkened, lengthening before his eyes, strands falling forward to obscure her features. Her eyes went black and reflectionless. She took a step toward him. That mechanical, measured step. Daniel backed away, his hands raised. "This isn't real. This is some kind of... This is neurological, this is..." But the thing that had been Lauren was still approaching, and behind her the woman in white was now flanked by others. More figures. More victims, perhaps. All with that same transformation. All wearing white. All with faces that were wrong in ways he couldn't articulate. His back hit a tree. Trapped. The Lauren thing stopped 3 feet away. This close, Daniel could see that the transformation wasn't complete. Half her face was still human, still the graduate student who'd come here to study old-growth ecology. The other half was something else, something that matched the figures behind her. When she spoke, it was with 2 voices, her own and that hollow, distant one. She came here 50 years ago, a woman from Japan. She died in these woods. No one ever found her. She stayed. She's still here. And she's angry. So angry. She wants... The human side of Lauren's face contorted with effort, fighting against whatever was consuming her. She wants to be seen. She wants to be remembered. She wants... The hollow voice overwhelmed her own. She wants to share her place in the forest. Lauren's human eye met his, and in it Daniel saw desperation, terror, and something else. A warning. "Run," she whispered, the last bit of herself forcing out the word. "Don't come back, don't let anyone..." Then she screamed, a sound of pure anguish that became that same terrible feedback shriek from his radio. Her face completed its transformation, features stretching and distorting, until she was just another figure in white among dozens. And they all moved toward him at once. Daniel closed his eyes. His rational mind had finally broken, unable to process what it was witnessing. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he waited for the end. But nothing came. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He was standing on Ho River Trail, the main trail, marked and maintained. Behind him, he could see the trailhead parking lot through the trees. Ahead, the visitor center's roof was visible through the canopy. His Garmin GPS showed his correct position. His radio worked normally, dispatch calling his name with increasing urgency. Daniel stood there for a long moment, trying to reconcile what had happened with where he was. His clothing was soaked with sweat. His hands were shaking. His watch showed 5:47 p.m., 3 hours unaccounted for. He keyed his radio with trembling fingers. "Dispatch, this is Marsh. I'm back on the main trail, heading to base." "Copy that, Marsh. Did you find the missing hiker?" Daniel looked back the way he'd come. The forest was just forest. Moss-draped trees, sword ferns, the gentle sound of rain beginning to fall. Normal, natural, governed by principles he understood. "Negative," he said quietly. "No sign of Lauren Keating." They found Lauren's tent 5 days later, following Daniel's coordinates. It was empty, her gear undisturbed. No sign of struggle, no evidence of wildlife interaction. The mycorrhizal formation was photographed and documented by a university team. An unusual but not unprecedented fairy ring formation, they concluded. Interesting, but explainable. Lauren Keating was officially classified as a missing person, presumed dead, cause unknown. Her faculty advisor established a memorial scholarship in her name. Her parents came to identify her belongings. They found her field journals, read her notes about old-growth ecology and fungal networks. Science. Reason. The natural world operating on principles. Daniel Marsh stayed on as a ranger for another 3 months. He never returned to that part of the forest. In January, he requested a transfer to Crater Lake National Park in Oregon. When pressed for a reason, he said only that he wanted a change of scenery. He didn't mention the dreams, the ones where he walked through a forest that shifted and changed, where paths led in circles, where figures in white stood between the trees. He didn't mention waking up with dirt under his fingernails even though he hadn't left his house. He didn't mention the way his GPS sometimes showed coordinates that didn't match his location, as if it were picking up signals from somewhere else, somewhere that wasn't quite here. And he didn't mention the voice he sometimes heard in radio static during the deep night shifts when he was alone in the ranger station. Lauren's voice, distant and hollow. "Daniel. She's still here. We're all still here." On his last day at Olympic National Park, Daniel drove past the Hoh Rainforest trailhead. An elderly Asian woman was standing near the information kiosk, watching the parking area. She looked at him as he passed, and even from a distance, Daniel could see her expression. She knew. He kept driving, heading south, away from the forest that had broken his fundamental understanding of reality. But sometimes late at night, he wondered about that woman. Wondered how long she'd been standing watch. Wondered how many hikers she'd warned over the years. Wondered if anyone ever listened. And he wondered about the others, the figures he'd seen in the mist. How many hikers had disappeared into those woods over the decades? How many were still there, trapped in that loop, slowly transforming into something else? The Forest Service report listed Lauren Keating as the 7th unexplained disappearance in Olympic National Park in the past 50 years. All solo hikers. All in roughly the same area. All without a trace. Daniel knew the number was wrong. He'd seen dozens in the mist. Maybe hundreds. All still there. All waiting. All wearing white and standing so perfectly still among the trees. And somewhere in those woods, in a forest that existed parallel to but separate from the rational world Daniel had once believed in, Lauren Keating stood in a circle of fungal threads. Her face was mostly gone now, replaced by features that matched the woman who died here 50 years ago. The woman no one had ever found. The woman whose anger and loneliness had seeped into the forest itself, creating a pocket where the boundaries between life and death grew thin. When hikers passed nearby, Lauren sometimes found the strength to whisper a warning. "She's still here. Don't stay after dark. Don't camp alone." But most people didn't listen, and the circle kept growing.